please come to the auditorium. Take your seats, because we have to start now. We're going to be having a very short day today. So can we please cooperate? Please, it's a kind gesture once again. Can everyone please come to the auditorium? Sibeke eceleni khophi noma usondele nalo mawusalithanda uzohlala nalo la phansi uliqedelele. Just come. Please come forward, everyone. You can come with your coffee, it's okay, it's fine. As long as you're not going to drop it. Whoever is outside, could you please come to the auditorium? The program is about to start. I can see we still have people outside. Can we have the meeting inside? If you were in the bathroom, just try and be a little bit fast with whatever you were doing, whatever the business was. Good morning, everyone. How are you doing this morning? You're fine. You look fine as well. Thank you so much for coming forth. I can see some people still have their cups of coffee. I guess they're still enjoying their coffee. Is it? How is your coffee? I mean, it looks a little bit cold, not that cold. So I guess it's keeping you warm in a way, hey? Thank you so much for being here today. Today is the last day. This is day 3 of the Kwande Fest. Once again, my name is Nokolo, Princess Lotz, and I am your host. So today we're going to have a very short program. I know some of you guys were here till last night. Who was here last night? How was the evening? Listen, ngizwe iphuzo bezinjani? Bezinjani iphuzo? Anitholanga? Yindaba? And I love that. You guys are underage. And aniphathekanga gamba ngithi. Because you are underage. Into zabantu abadala nje ningayilokothi. Angithandi ngani. Amen. Hallelujah. Kuleyo ndawo. Basindisiwe bakithi abanye babo. All right, our time right now, it is 16 minutes past 10, and we are going to be having our first session. There's a workshop ezobe yenzeka laphaya room 1. So there's a discussion that will be going on in room 1. So I would like you, my kiddies, beautiful, lovely ones, ukuthi sihambe siyongena laphaya room 1. There's going to be a discussion eyokwenzakala laphaya room 1, and it is preserving cultural craft. Angithi siyazi ukuthi ziningi izinto zakithi singabantu abantsundu ebezenziwa kuqala ekusuke kuyizinto abantu bakithi abaqhamuka nazo. I'll mention nje enye yazo. When it comes to craft yabantu abantsundu that they've been doing throughout, it doesn't really matter ukuthi baqhamuka kiphi tribe, but nje abantu bakithi izinto abebezenza kuqala ngezandla zabo. Ama beads, yes. Ukhamba, yes, yes. Indigenous names as well, yes. What else? Ithebe, yes. Ubani osana sisithebe nje ekhaya? Nice, nice. And isithebe sisetshenziswela ukwenzani? Ungafaki inyama etreyini, itray asilazi thina. Laleli, yabona nje, akuzona zakithi lezinto. So they are going to be discussing such a topic when it comes to preserve all our cultural crafts. And the moderator for leyo session kuzoba Miss Dennis Rolls okuyena ozobeyenza, who is the creative director ye Pixel Tone. Give her a big round of applause ezobe ekhona. I mean, give him a big round of applause. A big round of applause, guys. Yes. So are you ready for that session? Are you ready for that workshop? Can I get a better yes? Absolutely, it's the morning and we need to have that energy. Kuthiwa, if ufuna ukuqala usuku lakho kamnandi, yabo mafuna usuku lube mnandi, it's how you start it. Yabona mawuzothi uvuka ekuseni bese uyayidonsa. Avele izokudonsa usuku. Uzothi nje uvuka kodwa kuyophela nini lo suku. But when you wake up in the morning and you wear that energy, uvuke nje usithi sanibonani ni right, hawuyama unjani lele kahle, you know, you wake up with that energy and everyone is like, hey boy, it's a type of energy ngake ekuseni lo. You know, you need to spread that energy. So can we please make our way? Sihambe siyongena khona laphaya room 1. Sizoba nje une hour sinaleyo session, and okay, we're going to be having it. All right, so we are going to be having a cheer, all right? So we'll be having a cheer. Is Mr. He's here, okay. Can you please make his way to stage? Put your hands together as Esondela ngaphambili, guys. Put your hands together as well for Miss Pumzile Nkosi, who will also be joining us on stage. Scream if you have to. Amakwela if you have to. Yes, guys, yes, yes. All right, sizoba futhi laphana ke sizophila futhi sibe noPhumla Jali, who is from Trade and Investment wakhona la kwi-EDTEA. Put your hands together, guys. Ngiqedile scream. Why nisesanimnqamula ngani niqhubeke? The claps, the screams. Are you going to need this mic? Are you going to need this mic? Please, this is the mic. Ngiyacela ukuthi nibasupporte, nibalalele, and keep the positive energy. I love it, okay? Akekho ozokhuluma nomakhelwane. Hello? Akekho ozokhuluma nomakhelwane while the session is on. Dazinathula kamnandi.
Hey, sanibonani guys, ninjani? All right, I just have one request. Nila, hey. Not kona in Northwest, kona in Gauteng. We all from KZN, angit? Sacela ukuthi sihlangane nje sibe in these 2 rows. Ngajabula cool. Let's move, guys. Yeah, there we go. Yes, yes. Yeah, yabona, these are KZN people. Abantu base KZN. Abantu base KZN love. There we go. You guys are looking beautiful. So, a discussion here too, as the host, our beautiful host had said, Guti, we will be then talking about preserving cultural crafts. So, masikhuluma ngeculture, tiwa ngesingisi. Culture is peer pressure from the dead. The previous generation leaves us with peer pressure. Ukuthi sasenza things in a certain way. Manje, you guys need to continue, angithi? So we want to open that discussion. Mampi, wena umuntu okwazi ukuthi mayibona izinto zesintu, icraft yesintu, akwazi futhi authenticate ukuthi yiyo le, i-original le. Sicela usitshele ngeprocess yayo ukuthi masenza kanjalo, iprocess iqala kanjani, mas authenticate senze show ukuthi hayi lobu ubuhlalu of amaZulu, this is Zulu craft or what. So I think just walk us through ukuthi how is the process and why is it important ukuthi yenzeke kanjalo leyo nto leyo?
Well, sanibonani, ninjani, siyaphila nathi. Kuyintokozo kunibona, likhona ithemba lokuthi yithi abantu, yithi abenzi bezinto. Ayike njengoba eseshilo kundodana, ngiyalibonga ithuba nenselele. Kubalekile vese into zethu ayihambi ngomshini kodwa ayihamba ngomuntu. Angithi kuthiwa indlela ibuza kwabayaziyo. Neyizwa le khona ukuthi umuntu abe phambi kwakho kodwa mawubuza indlela athi nama ngazi ngilethe ubani. Uyayizwa leyo? Makusakhulunywa ke ngokupreserve our cultural craft. Ngicabanga ukuthi into esiza kakhulu ukuthi siqale sazi ukuthi iyini yona kahle. Sayizwa le? Fanele sazi ukuthi iyini. Ukhona ongasitshela. Ngiyazi futhi niyazi nonke. Ngithandile mangabe nizobuyiswa ndawonye kuthiwa asingahlukane ngathi siphume endaweni ezihlukeneyo kanti sila endaweni eyodwa. Nayo ke i-cultural craft lesikhuluma ngayo yiyo le esenza siyithole. Uyithola ngokwesigaba, uyintombazane, kakhulu ke abantu abayichaza kahle le abesifazane ngoba kunezigaba eziningi kubantu besifazane indlela yokugqoka. Uyayibona leyo. Abese ke sekuza ke nasembaleni ubuhlalu combine ngayo nayo isitshela ke kakhulu nange region. Niyayizwa le? Kukhona kumbalo engikuphethe ebengizonikhombisa khona ukuthi sisheshe siyithole lento. Kakhulu ke kubalekile ukuthi igcinwe ngoba isenza siqonde ukuthi singobani, siqhamukaphi, siyapi. Nakuba ama-trees sasingenawo back in the days, namhlanje asekhona kodwa mawuhlehla ubuka ukuthi sasidlala kanjani. Uyayibona le? Njengoba ngugogo nje nathi sasidlala kodwa sasingenabo oBarbie girl. Ngiyayibona lo babengekho teddy bear. Uyayizwa le? Kodwa indlela esasidlala ngayo, umama wayethi ma enza umshanelo wakhe, akha umshanelo wakhe, lowo tshani wesandla, hayi lo mude oshanela uqondile, zisala izibe khoneni. Sasisebenzisa umshanelo owawukhipha zonke izibi. Uma wayifike enzo wakhe abesenzela nengane owayo. Mawufuna ukudlala, thatha umshanelo shanela. Lokho kwasenza sakhula siqonda ukuthi singabantu sibalekile la sikhona fanele umsebenzi uqhubeke. Siyazwana kezwakala anganoma ngisaphendula khona yini.
Yes, man. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Oba, I think the most important thing that you've captured for us is that we are able to identify ukuthi siphuma phi singobani. And ukhulume ngento ye region ngoba ayifani intsentse iKZN yonke. Kodwa uyakwazi ukuthi lobuhlalo lobo phuma la. Le region le usuyazi wena nawe mawuphuma mhlawumbe you are from Ugu district. Noma you are from Zululand district. You can identify. Senyakwazi ukuthi kube khona ne cross culture ukuthi thina masenza lokho sikwenza kanje.
Yes.
No nina sengiyabona okay. But umlando is very important ngoba for us to know where we are going, we need to know where we are from. And thank you very much, ma. I'll come back to you just now. I'm gonna move over to Sis P. Peto P la, I'm pushing P. Angithi nyalazi lelo culo, pushing P. Mpusha OP la stage kuphela. Sis P or Sis PJ as she's also known as. You know, we are now want to talk about moving forward. Ngoba kugcwele youth la kakhulu. How important is it ukuthi although the world is changing, how do we now continue moving forward for these young people to understand how they integrate if they in the arts and craft, and especially in the traditional or cultural crafting? How should they move forward with the history, and as the world is changing now, how do they now see how they want to move forward with continuing with this thing here? Because one thing about culture, it doesn't have to die. Only the future, only the youth can kill it. The future can kill it. How do they continue preserving it moving forward, in your opinion?
Ngibonge kakhulu Dennis, ngiyanibingelela nonke enikhona namhlanje for the final day of Kwande Festival. Without looking at the banners, i-tagline yeKwande ithini?
Wealth through creativity.
Uyaropha Mr. Rolls. Uyaropha because uyazi umsebenzi wakhe loyo. But he is indeed right. It's wealth through creativity. So amasiko ethu, they have an inherent value. Uyabo. And it's something that each and every one of us has the potential to monetize. Uyabo. Mina, through my work as someone within the economic development space, focusing a lot on investment and trade promotion, what we do is when we have our investors land in South Africa, siyabahlangabeza, and when they arrive at King Shaka or when they arrive at OR Tambo, we expose them first to culture yethu. For laba akade bekhona ebusuku, they saw the display from the marimba band. Uyabo. That is priceless for someone that has never seen it. Lady Smith Black Mambazo njengoba kade esho Mr. Stole 2 days ago. Grammy Award winning group. Okay. Through their culture, they've monetized their art. Uyabo. Right from our own province. And as KZN, angazi ukuthi siyenza kanjani lento, but we underestimate our value as people, and we underestimate the economic value that we bring to this country. So as abantu abasha, do your research as to njengoba mina ngowakaJali, okay, oJali obani, what is unique to my family that mhlambe abakaHlongwane don't have. I was so intrigued to learn ukuthi abaHlubi are their own nation. They're not classified as under the Zulu nation. You know, that is something so unique. even my colleague uButphilani ubengitshela ngabathembu ukuthi they are also their own kingdom uyabo in KZN. So I've lived in KZN my whole life, apart from a few years in Safunde Seshar. But that is something that even I as a national don't know, uyabo, and that's its own unique value. We've got CE departments within us, our entity, Tourism KZN, and what they do is they sell our province through its heritage. They will take our visitors right all over the province, exposing them to the battlefield sites, yabo, because that has value, okay? And when we have tourists, they have money to spend. Okunye efuna ukukhuluma ngakho is just to say ukuthi lokho ebekushiwa uMamphumzile about how we used to do things, ogogo, oma, nathi faneke sikwazi ukuthi take it forward. 2 days ago, Uzawadi was performing and she mentioned Princess Magog. I was so fascinated saying YouTube to see videos from 1960 of Princess Magog playing her instruments, you know, saying her poetry. It was incredibly fascinating. And to know that it's documented for future generations is a privilege. And I think Nathi faneke singayi underestimate leyo nto, what you do, whether it's fashion, whether it's design. We had Bright Shadow exhibiting the other day here. We've had Uputi from Pageant Designs exhibiting, Azande with her leatherworks. Have a way to preserve and teach inganzenu or teach abantu that you employ in your businesses so that that craft can still continue, because it's not something that can be easily replicated by machines or easily replicated by other countries, but unique to KZN. At Cape Town, they've been able to do this through, what do they call those groups with the Malay heritage, with all the different colors? The bands. But it's the different color bands. It's almost like, you know, in Brazil they have the Samba Festival, and then in Cape Town they also have something similar. Yes.
It is a carnival that they have.
Yes, even in KZN we can do that. Ngekhathi ngeniswa inkosi yesu uMisizulu, I was so fascinated to see ukuthi isizwe sakaZulu expands right into the middle of Africa. That was incredibly fascinating. Even in Zambia, there are Zulu people that you'll find in Zambia. So usiko lethu, it goes even beyond our borders. Uyabo. So nazi ukuthi within the African continent, your border is not necessarily your border, but bakhona abantu abakwaZulu right even in the middle of Africa. Incredibly fascinating. And if you ever have time to visit Pansi Museum, you can see the story told through the curated heritage works that are displayed there, and it all tells such a fine story.
Awesome, thanks, PJ. PJ, you mentioned something very important. You said monetize. See, young people here, they want to know about opportunities. And I think it's important, Guti, they need to find a place as they're trying to figure out, Guti, what's going to be my profession, gahle gahle. But what if I like cultural crafting? And maybe I can't sell overseas. We'll talk about it. I can't open up an online shop. But I know, Guti, there's something happening on TV. Sometimes TV has a show that touches on culture. Whether it's going to be, they're trying to tell a Shaka story or story of that age, of the old age. If I love craft, what other opportunities do I have in television? I think Mapi, because I'm sure you have exposure, le craft, how far can it go? So I don't think about my local market kuphela. I think of other places where I can use it. TV is just one of the examples. Kodwa, you can expand for us ukuthi when you are crafting, how wide is the market? So I'm not limited to say, hey, I can do beadwork, the beautiful beadwork like you're wearing now. And then I'm limited to I can only sell it elokshin lam la ngikhule khona noma esigodini la engihlala khona. I can't sell it beyond. Am I able, how far can this cultural craft go in terms of it being sold and it being used in other places?
Ngiyabonga. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Uyazi ukuthi ngiyacela ukuthi nginazise nje ukuthi njengoba ethi Mampi kahle kahle uMampi uqhamuka kuphi. Mhlamba abanye bayamazi, abanye abamazi. uMampi Mamphumzile Nkosi uqhamuka ePhansi Museum. Bakhona bake bavakashela ePhansi Museum? Ngeke.
Fanele sivakashe, guys.
Ngeke. We are missing out, guys. We are really missing out if you love your culture. Ngicela ePhansi Museum. Phansi Museum.
Ikuphi iPhansi Museum?
iPhansi Museum isembilo phakathi kombilo neGlenwood. Manje ufika eMbilo police station, it's like 4 kilometers unyukele khona. Mhlambe ufamiliar to iDevonport Center, i-taxi noma ibhasi ihamba ngalapho. Ema-taxini ke nje ugibela umbilo 7 workshop, emva kwama-taxi aya eHoward College. Utshela udriver nje mawuse taxini uthi ngicela ungehlise museum, uzokubeka esangweni Phansi Museum. I've been working ePhansi Museum for plus 2 decades. 27 years. Yes. NgisePhansi Museum working as a curator. Njengoba seshilo ke usisiphi sibanga ophila. Angazi ngizwe kuthiwe PJ, angazi ngoba nami ngu PJ, izothi one. Okay, manifika ke Phansi Museum kuningi enizokuthola. Ngiyawuthanda ke lo mbuzo ukuthi kahle kahle ikuthatha ikubekephi ihamba nawe. Okokuqala nje ukwazi ngeculture yakho kukunikeza esinye isidima, asho njalo amaXhosa, kukunika isithunzi ngoba uphila impilo according to your culture. Alikho ke isiko elenza elifundisa ukwenza okubi. Mawenza okubi akusilona isiko lelo. Liphinde likufundise futhi ukwenza izinto. Singabenzi bezinto, angidlali. Angithi niyavuma nani? Singabenzi bezinto. Ngesikhathi uyenza lento njengoba seshilo ke nje uprogram director wethu ukuthi na kwi-TV niyabona nani kwi-TV lapha i-background ye-screen ukuthi isiba njani. Angithi niyakubona lokho. Akupheli ke lapho. ePhansi Museum kufika ngoba siphethe lezi zinto esikhuluma ngazo. Bafuna ke ukuyithenga, unfortunately asidayisi. Bafuna okwazi ukwenza ubuhlalo abenzele a certain thing lapha emuseum. Sizobathatha apha abantu athi umuntu nanku cash manje 80,000 ngifuna lesi sketi sobuhlalo. Niyibona loyo nto? Kuhanjwa ibanga abantu kwethu elimnandi, khambeka kamnandi. You sit down, do your thing. Uyayizwa loyo nto? Ngoba ukungenzi lutho kuhle ukufunda graduate to that level. Kuhle kakhulu bantu abami ukuze uzokwazi ukuphusha umsebenzi wakho. Abese ke usuyenza ngezandla zakho. ngoba uma ungakwazi ukwenza ngezandla ngicabanga ukuthi nesikhathi seCovid sibonile lapho ukuthi uma ungakwazi ukubhaka izinkwa uzolamba isinkwa ungasidli niyibonile le so kubaluleke kakhulu into ke ezokusiza eyokuthi ufunde wazi ukuthi lento le ngifuna ukuyenza akusibo kumhlalo kuphela ikhumba utshani benza umsebenzi omningi nibalile nobumba lwenza izinto ziningi izinto ongazenza ngobumba ziyadingeka emakethe ku-empty emakethe ukhipha ikhono mawazi ukuthi kubaluleke kangakanani nakuba ubumba litholakala emfuleni ungakhiphi imali kodwa mawazi umsebenzi walo ngeke ulambe angeke uhlupheke usahleli manje ulindele lo msebenzi oapplyele oyibo yenza something akube khona into yenzayo zimnandi ke lezi zinto ziyakhuluma mawuyenza into yakho ikhulume iyakhuluma ke yabo le necklace engiyigqokile igama layo kuthiwa yivovo eyasemsinga why kuthiwe yivovo ingoba kusetshenziswa iphethini yevovo niyalazi ivovo nanti ke ngiligqokile kodwa lenziwe ngobuhlalo angithi lenziwa ngotshani lona ziningi izinto uvule nje lakhe itafuleni nezinto ezikhulumayo even icolor combination ke uthi mawenza ubuhlalo ubiyeke lo baseThekwini niyabona lo baseThekwini ke wenze mhlambe ukhethe a color combination identifier unongomo unfortunately I left my bag yes imbala yakanongomo niyayizwa leyo ke wenze nje into yakho kube imbala yasemsinga yes please yes kube oyibo iBackville you name them uyayibona le ke wenze nje inecklace yakhona mhlambe nebhengela lakhona uyayibona lo yonto kukhuluma ukwenze kukhulume ukuyeke lokho waseThekwini uzobuya ukwenza ke wenze lokho okukhulumayo athi ma umuntu egqokile kumchaza ukuthi uqhamukapi
Yes, ngoba ngiyakhumbula ukukhuluma ngama region. So yes. Now it's being practical ukuthi masikhuluma ngobuhlali or any cultural craft. Now we are looking at practical yakhona.
Yes. Angithi enye into emnandi mawenza umsebenzi wezandla unendaba nento eziningi. Wena iphupho lakho ukuthi egcineni kube khona into yenzayo ezophumelela. Mani ibuka lento nithi ibizwa ngokuthini? Can I stand up? Eyani imbenge? Yes. Eyantan
Imbenge yomile.
Okay. Yebo.
Yeah. Imbenge ngazi ukuthi isetshenziswa like makuthi kuyanikelwa kanje noma ukubeka something available makuthi mhlambe kukhona abantu mhlambe ekhaya bazocela ihlobo esihle then kuzosetshenziswa imbenge ukuthi kumukelwe ngayo umcebo yebo bese zothi ke besebenzisa izulwini uthi yokhothwa mayomile.
Okay, ngiyabonga. singachithi isikhathi. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Ngiyayithanda yonke lento eyichazayo. Yabona masiya laphaya ukuthi makuzolotsholo. Ngicela ufike phansi museum ngokukhombisa isicepho okuthiwa imvuma. Sasithatha njenge proof of payment. Imbenge yenziwe ngotshani, ihlotshiswe kamuva sekufika ama traders sesiqala se-exchanger ukuze sithole these beautiful glass beads. We have never have them, angithi niyakhumbula lokho. Yes. Imbenge isetshenziswa ukuvala ukuhamba makunomqombothi phakathi. Imbenge ibisebenza njengendishi yokudlela. Njengendishi yokudlela. So ke ngenxa yobuciko uyayibona ukuthi yayikade iplain kodwa ubuciko benza ukuthi ihambe ifike la. Uyayibona lonto. Mawumama esembozile ukuhamba lika baba, ubaba ezophuza nabanye abanumzane. Mabefika abanye abanumzane babona ukuthi uma wala ekhaya, hey, umenzi wezinto. Niyayibona lo yonto. And niyayibona imbali eyasemsinga. Niyayibona le? Okay. Siphinde sibe ngithe angizu ukulenza iphutha lokuthi ngiphathe kwaZulu kuphela. Isigege lesisakandebele. Ungayisebenzisa nembala yakandebele. Mawenza into zakhe ezithize ke wenze nje iset yembala yakandebele. Uyayibona lona? Ke wenza izinto ezikhulumayo. Bathi noma befika ama tourist mayezothenga uvela umnika istory kuqala engakayithengi into. Uyayizwa leyo? Umphuthumela umtshela ukuthi engakabikho ama G-string sasiqoka lokho. Amantombazana ayigqoka lokho. Ukufihla nje. Uyabona? Umsheshisele. Nasi nje. Nakho nje, nakho.
Emfethu uthi angeke.
Ukhalelani? Lalela, angithi kakhulu masibuka la kithi eAfrika. Indlela yokugqoka was to identify your status. Uyayibona lo yonto. So intombazane ingakathombi igqoka isigege. Okunye nokunye kuyayibonela. Uyayizwa le? Ithi ma kushukuma ugogo akhumbule semusha. Uyayizwa lo yonto? Kudlula intombi nje. Uyayibona leyo? Ifaka isigege.
Hayi anivumi yini?
Indaba. Ngicela nifike emuseum.
Asikhuluma ngestatus la phela hawo.
Ngicela nifike phansi emuseum. Sino life size puppet abangangawo abagqokile according to areas and to their status. Uyayizwa lona? Uzoyibona into engikhuluma ngayo. Niyambona lona? Unongoma lo. Kuthi usibunjana.
Lele.
What? Hey!
I see the numbers, the visitors a museum they're going to increase much. We need to go to a museum siyibone lento le guys.
Wozani museum. Wozani museum. Initlesi le yasemsinga tops. Igama la uthi ugogo. Ugqokwa intombazana. Ugogo. G-O-K-L-O. Gogo. Was a Panty Museum.
I siyavakasha museum for sure, for sure.
Zikhona yini insizwa?
Hayi kodwa ngalikhona abafana la insizwa zikhona. Asiyibona insizwa phela. Kwakhali ya nazo akhona insizwa ke for sure verified. Zikhona insizwa hayi ngiyazivuma.
Zigcwele.
Ngiyavuma.
Ngiboni kahle ukuthi ngibona la ziphi intombi zami. Okay.
We are in KZN for sure.
Niyibona le necklace? Imbala yakhona red and black. Lembala kuthiwa imvali. Imbala yasemsinga. Imvali igqokwa ugogo ngangami. Iphindi igqokwe ingodosi. Manje ifakwe ipeletu. Inaneyingidi zikakhiye. Hey, ziphi insizwa? Uyabona ipeletu lezi. Mayinsizwa isishaye zonke. Isiyavala ngeyipeletu. Izifaka ingidi. Ukuthi uyabona lesa sithi no seyishayila kakayidli. Isuka isivalile. Manje mayiqhamuka lengodosi emcimbini. We akusondeli lutho.
Culture is a beautiful thing, ne? And especially masinama craft akhona. Anama function akhona ukuthi le craft isebenza la. Yenza lokho. Hey.
Okay. Uthayilo uyabonga ngesikhathi obaba nobhuti sekuvela amathuba ukuthi bazosebenza la eThekwini. Sebesebenza emayini koKapa baqala manje babona laba abamhlophe angithi indlela abagqoka ngayo bayithanda ezinye zezinto abayigqokayo bawuthanda nothayi bebona begqoka uthayi babuya bazotshela omama nosisi emakhaya ukuthi hayi ake nisenzeleni uthayi nanku ukuthayi bawubiza ngokuthi ulimi tongue niyayizwa le ngoba iqhamuka la athi uthayi gqoka kanje niyabona siyakhuluma lezi zinto owasemsinga mdala ke lona kuthiwa isishunka combination of 7 colors ukhona umbala la ospecial okuthiwa uvaselina aniyawazi uvaselina unjani uhamba uvaselina wangabusatholakala wa replace wa uyellow niyizwa le kodwa ke namanje kuyenzeka nangoyelo owasemsinga ke lo uthayi wasemsinga lo ulimi awuma eniyezwa yini lona ke it looks contemporary uyayibona lona uthayi lo waziwayo angithi but owakaNongoma i-combination yakaNongoma kufanele wazike ukuthi angithi imbali iyafana yonke indawo kodwa afanele wazi ukuthi ilandelana kanjani ukuze identify your area. Uyabona? Uthayilo. Ekugcineni engakafika ama-ID insizwa ay bapha abenzi bezinto sebefikile abenzi bezinto iyo leyo ke ngifuna leyo mangabe kuthiwa kushawa amapasi kwathiwa nothina siyakwazi ukuzenzela nanti ipasi nanka ama-page akhona ngithi uDompasi unama-page nisahleli aniye phansi museum
Hayi siyavakasha.
seyibhika kahle
Kusasa nje, from kusasa nje.
Yay!
Ho.
Yay! Hayi phindeni mani Hayibo!
Hayi
Siyabonga asambeni
baphumzile siyabonga kakhulu. Hayi guys, is it day 3 or day 1? Angikho sure manje. Ngiyayithanda i-energy ka day 1 le. Yeah guys, you are the best. You are the best. Give it up for Maphumzile. Yeah, this is why they say that the youth is the future. You guys are leaders. You guys are leaders. Thank you very much. So guys, finish this one off for me. Uzoyithola kanjani? Uzoyithola kanjani? Nazo. Asiku 6 PJ. Njengoba sibuza ukuthi soyithola kanjani sihlele khoneni. Seseqala ukunderstand mhlawumbe usis PJ ngasitshela ukuthi mina if I can't craft, kodwa I know crafters. Is it possible ngine space yini sokuthi ngenze imali? How can I start thinking about it ukuthi mina ngazi ama crafters asegodini from Nongoma to Mondlo to Mzimkhulu or wherever. Mina ngiyawazi and futhi ngiyakwazi kwa organize. Ngihlanganise. Do I have space in the cultural craft economy?
Yebo, but Dennis, you have space and you make that space your own. Angazi noma nibonile yini stand ebilaphayana ekhoneni yasisi I think unobuhle igama lakhe. She was one of our exhibitors and she's from Newcastle. Ubeneyikhwama ezakhiwe ngotshani and then ufaka ileather yakhe. Ube lapha ekhoneni just as you go kulama rooms angaleni. So siyaxoxa ke ngiyabuza ukuthi okay anti uyayenza yini ne weaving? Uthi no. Unama co-ops enza i-weaving. Uthenga kubona eNewcastle. Bese every month aye eSugar Rush. Niyayazi iSugar Rush? eBhalitho adayise khona. So uphila nje ngalokho ukuthi ubone into yangakubo enhle wafaka okwakhe wathola imarket space, so into emphilisayo leyo. lana kunomama abase beachfront abenze the same thing uyabo bayakwazi ukwenza ilokhunjana ubuhlali uyabo and bane market space eThekwini ke is very organized ngoba kunama traders forum but as I'm uncovering njengoba sengisebenzela isifundazwe saKwaZulu Natal ukuthi ama districts akhona ama platforms akhona whether usuka amajuba districts or usuka eZululand or usuka oGwini akhona ama platforms akhona that you can tap into especially if ni youth especially if umuntu wesifazane omnyama ngempela ayikho into ongathi ukhala ngayo uyabo kule conference bekunosisi la uNobuhle as well owaka Department of Trade and Industry and Competition okhulume ngebill le ezophuma within DTIC akhona futhi amathuba akhona abanye ke izolo bekukhona umama futhi owe interior decor uZenzen decor nabanye futhi kune exporting program esinayo within isifundazwe it's called KZN Exports Competitiveness Program singantshela ngayo as the day goes on but wonke lama platforms are there so that you can be able ukuthi uthathe umsebenzi lo owenza ngezandla and you can export to amanye amazwe abanye bazoya eMauritius next month because of imisebenzi yabo yezandla uyabo nani ngempela whether you from kwaMashu kwasi or eMlazi Lamontville wherever you don't your story doesn't end there ngempela umhlaba is your oyster nanokuthi ke yonke into eyakhiwe umdali has been created for a purpose uyabo whether ihlahla I mean, there's indigenous medicine. Chinese are very big in supporting their own indigenous medicine. Bekukhona futhi get to naturals. Usiphumelele ilokhunjana stand sakhe was absolutely magnificent. Natural products for beauty. Uyabo. So usethathe lento ayibona kogogo noma bakhe wayenza contemporary, made it relevant for the modern age. Using natural homegrown ingredients uyabo if ubona uget to natural noma uya ka Revlon ngempela umehluko awusekho uyabo but you can see ukuthi le product eyala locally made so nathi asingasabi ukusupporta abantu abaphuma from our own province but ama platforms akhona even in this festival we had over 300 people wanting to exhibit within this festival. Over the weekend, kunenye art and culture. Nakhona ama exhibitors azobekhona. So next time nani nibona ko Facebook amathuba that as KZN province we are making available ningasabi uku-apply. Izolo nibonile ama students graduated from e-fashion incubation program that was done with i-partner yethu yakaseki. Ningawaziba amathuba njalo. Ngoba you never know ukuthi how far it's going to take you. Abanye benu bayakwazi ukucula, abanye benu bayakwazi ukudansa. Uyabo ukuhlakanipha akona ukuhlakanipha kwengqondo kuphela. Iziyo nanezandla. Uyabo. So find ngempela ukuthi ikhono lakho lithini. And ningasabi ukuzocela usizo. Ngoba there is always somebody available. Lana eThekwini u-economic development Dorothy Nyembe Street. Dorothy Nyembe Street kudala wawubizwa ngo bani? Sengikhohliwe igama elakda Gardner. Dala kwakubizwa ngo Gardner Street, 8th floor if ninembuzo. So as district as isifundazwe we are everywhere. La eThekwini nje it's 8th floor Marine building. Dorothy Nyembe Street, formerly known as Gardner Street, if nifuna ukwazi ama programs within uEtia. And then nike head office yethu kodwa mina ngisebenzela eMaritzburg, Jabundlovu Street. Angilazi igama lakudala because I'm new, but I think it's Loop Street, if I'm not mistaken. Unonto angangisiza. But yeah. It's Loop Street. Yes. Dala kwakubizwa ngo-Loop Street, but manje sekujabundlu. But sikhona, nanamhlanje sikhona, if ninembuzo ngempela, khona. Nama partners ethu-ke okhumisa, Paycap, Music Imbizo, sebenzisana ndawonye. Ithala, bakhona, even with Department of Small Business Development, bakhona. I know Ubuditi Nico is very supportive of Ilokunjana, entrepreneurs within the space.
Thank you very much, Sis PJ. So guys, we are confirming. Angithi, sithe uzothola kanjani? Uzothola kanjani? Should mohlele khoneni ngeke uthole. But we know that we are visiting the department. We're asking questions. We're asking about our program. We're asking about opportunities. Angithi. So we are getting close to ending the session. I'll do just one more round. Let's do my question. I'll send my question. Umampumzile ukhona uphila ngayo i-cultural craft uphila ngayo 27 years uphila ngayo. So siyabona ukuthi le nto le it's not for the past angithi, it's for the future. Angithi othai sesibabonile angithi. Some of us yazi ukuthi khona abenza umculo abadansa on stage. We can organize ukuthi I know ngingaqoka kanje ngqoke kanje ngoba you doing cultural dance. Singanisiza kanje. Khona abenza umaskandi nesicathamia for my music video up. Now this cultural craft that can be added on our music video set. Nama independent movies. Nama TV shows. Nyabona nje yabo, you can organize, you can open a market. Nyabona nje the possibilities are endless. And Nina, you guys are the digital age. Ngoba COVID is something that we need to touch on quickly. COVID has shown us ukuthi we can use digitization and digitalization. Nina enphila ngama phone. You need to also find a way ukuthi ngefone yami le ehlalise ephaketheni esikhwameni sami. How can I make money even in the crafts? What can I do? How can I visit the museum and find out ukuthi what opportunity? How can I align myself? Can I leave ikhadi lami enama number if they want to? I-process yami izothatha 3 days, 4 days for me to supply. Or they can come. Or sine online shop, sine Facebook group, nyabon. So, masikhuluma nge-preserving doesn't mean it has to be done the way it was done. Kodwa, it needs to be there. Ihlala ikhona. That is preserving. Now, guys, lovely. If there's any questions, can we have a mic? And let me take 5 questions. One question. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3 hands, 4 hands, 5 hands. Okay, 5 hands. Do we have a roaming mic that we can use on the floor? Ikon, sir, ask your question and
Yeah. Ngizwe ngezwa umama Mankosi ethi ama toys amaZulu abengenawo. Ngabona iphushana lapha ngazi kanjani. Ngoba like ithi mina ngikhula sibancane bese icreatela thina ama toys ukuthi sidlale thina. Sikhanda inkomo ngobumba, imbuzi, sikhanda abantu, sidlale ngobumba. Sicreatela thina. Ama toys ethu lawo thina singabantu. Then ngase ngizwa u program director ethi world is changing. For me, I don't think world is changing. It's people who are changing, not the world. Ilanga lisaphuma empumalanga lishona entshonalanga. Imvula isageleza yehle ayikhuphuki. Umhlaba usami njengoba abantu abashintsha emhlabeni. Yebo, bese ngibuza ukuthi kuma ucine ngaphendulanga kahle umama akaphendulanga ngizwanga makuthiwe if I do have people engibaziyo abasebenza ngobuciko mhlambe ikhona indlela yokuthi bengakwazi ukuthi mhlambe bethole ikhadlana mhlambe ngoba ba-talented abantu ngaphandle and abazi ukuthi bemakhethe kanjani masithola abantu abanjengane abanolwazi kumele sibaxhumanise nabo ukuze umsebenzi wabo nabo uzokwaziwa siyabonga.
Okay. Pendulum. Thank you.
Siyabonga. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Mhlambe ngibeke ngendlela engacacanga. Mangithi ama toys ngisuke ngikhuluma ngalawa ibhamu lezi ayithengelwa ingane zabafana namhlanje. Onodoli abathengelwa amantombazane.
Barbie girl.
Masibuyela emuva intombazane iyayinika unodoli kodwa at certain age when she reaches her puberty that's when ezonikwa unodoli usezofundiswa ke impilo entsha yokuthi what is expected from her njengoba esefike kuleli zinga. So lawa owashoyo angithi uyabona njengoba ama toys kwakuyinkomo kunento eyayiplanto emqondweni ukuthi uyabona njengoba ukhulu ufanele ube neinkomo kanti namhlanje mawuthengelwa isibhamu kusho ukuthini lokho. So ngiyaxolisa mangibeke kwangazwakala umthetho wami bengiya lapho uyabona ukuthi kuningi. Welcome to Pansi Museum.
We are visiting. Can we have the next question on the floor?
Sanbona, Kamangoba Owen Kwela. My question is, so value, right? So usitshengisa lezi zinto anything ithanda kakhulu uthai, which I'm thinking what I'm gonna buy like ngikona mayeni mase ngifaka into engathi thenge mase ngifaka uthai wami yabo lonto le. But when I speak of value, I speak of something like this. Back in the day, I highly doubt that we had some sort of a machine that's going to create the small thing called beat, right? So, meaning to a degree, some people came to actually create their thing and then they sold it to us. And look, we saw good, yo, it can align better with the colors of our culture. And then we took it and then we manifested those things that you've been selling to us, which is amazing. Those people I might classify as Caucasian, because they have the ability to create the thing. Meaning it's not it's okay, I don't want to say indigenous to us, but it didn't come with us straight. So, now you talk. How do I then, as Mangoba on Kwela, knowing if we want to become rich as South Africa, imali fani circulating thing, meaning if value chain, ingaso ukuthi ngithenga ukuthi a white person mase ngiya creator mase ngidasela umuntu omnyama. How do I then get into a space of controlling that value chain, or do you know any companies that actually has that kind of thing or technology to create that so that we can control the value chain kube mina or create some beats so that you can buy it from me, so that you can create, so that you can sell. Thank you.
Image, ilokunjana, value chain, do you want to own the machinery as the African, as the black African, or do you want access to the market?
Obviously, it's basically to own the machinery, to have a manufacturing company that manufactures lama beats, lama ngan, so that abantu abacrafta bezozangmina bezothenga those things. Yabo, exactly.
Okay, ngiyayibona lento eshoyo. All right. There's good news and there's bad news. The bad news is this, is that we have very few South African companies that can manufacture machinery cheaply, which is why many companies will import the machines, whether it be from Taiwan, China, India, or Germany. So let's say you go to, let's say, any auto company and you are begging machine yakhona, or you go to a plastics manufacturing company, imshini yakhona were made in Germany, even as far back as the 1960s, but they're still used today. Okay, so those countries, they have that heritage, which they've been able to sell internationally. All right, but that doesn't prevent you, okay, from using that machinery. The South African government, through DTI, if wena ufuna umshini, you can apply for assistance to tap into that. Yenge ngabona usisi othwasayo lana. I-beadwork yakho sisi uyithengaphi? Okay, but i-beadwork uyithengaphi? Uyithengi la e5? Yes. E5, eMandiyeni, right? Yeah. Okay, but what I'm trying to say is, why is it that something that is used by Africans is not sold by Africans? Okay, so that's another market you can tap into. I was so pleased to see Pine Town, Uguti, they've tapped into that market to say Uguti, they'll manufacture and they'll sell as Black Africans. Okay, so the opportunity is in your hands, Yabo. But it's up to you to then be able to write a bankable project proposal. Utala was here the other day. Did you speak to the ladies? Okay, don't lose those contacts that you have, because Itala is one of our entities that's tasked with supporting young enterprises to the value of what? 20 million rand. That's the cutoff limit. If you've got projects that are bigger, then you approach Ulokunjana Black Industrialist Program through DTIC, Nabanye, or the KZN Growth Fund. Okay, but amathuba akhona.
Sis PJ, unobhuti ucela ukukusiza kulo mbuzo.
Hi all. I registered for this and I didn't know exactly what I registered for. But when I walked in, okay, y'all are the future. We are going to build it so y'all maintain it. eThekwini and KZN is now doing a new whole sky train. So not like your cow train, it's going to be bigger. We're going to bring tourism like you'll never believe. We are sitting with the Department of Arts and Culture. There's a building sitting on Musgrave Road. It's 8,000 square meters, which we're going to sit with them and speak to them and develop that area privately and with their permission, with all of y'all. We can help y'all with your cultural ways. We are doing it independently. We are not doing it with government funding, but we propose to government what we want to do and to help. Remember, KZN, okay, with me, I may be Indian, but I was brought up in Kwadukuza and I studied in Natal University. So I'm a local. I may be Indian, but I'm still from here. Culture to me is mama's beads, because the mama looked after me when I was small. You understand? That mama looked after me for 20 years. She's now a Goko. I'll still phone her and tell her, hello, how are you? You understand? I want y'all to understand, you're a new generation. There's nothing y'all can't do and nothing we cannot help y'all do. So as much as the mama is telling you, yes, come through, we will help y'all. There is so much things set out for y'all. There's so much things set out there. And we are here to help y'all through. So I know I'm going to go later on. I'm going to find out exactly how and who is involved here, because there's a lot more funding that is available. And trust me, the Sky Train is going to give at least minimum 1 million jobs in KZN. There is no recession after this. I want you all to understand that. Funders are coming through. Government is helping. I was totally amazed at what happened today. I am thankful that I came for this, because it's good to see government working. Do you all understand? Don't ever look at it back. Don't worry about everything else. Worry about your people's future. We can help, and we are making ways. I already started. Next week I sit with National Department of Transport, and then we sit with Arts and Culture after that. So I want you all to understand, you all have a platform to work. And I am just in between where I know technology as well. You understand? My type of music started with 70s, 80s, 90s, and I finished off with rave. You all understand? I understand the generation well. So I want this to work, and I'm pushing it. And I'm pushing it from private with government. So I want you all to understand, today when you all finish off, make sure you'll take all the information you all can get, all the email addresses, email them. And we are going to sit. I'm going to go see them after this. And I'm going to sit and I'm also going to help and go right through. Because y'all, as much as y'all can't see it, we can. Because obviously you're developing, you do not have the infrastructure, you do not have the know-how, you do not have the money to travel all over. But like the mama said, come through and there is help. So I'm just telling y'all, from their point of view as well, we are here to help y'all. It is set, just think with that mindset, I love your people's atmosphere, I love your vibe. That this girl sitting next to me, she says, no, they're a bit wild. I said, no, that's culture. I'm Kwatukuza. You can imagine, when we jump too. You understand? So, we got it for y'all, we are here for y'all. So think like that and think big. Don't let it stop you. Because remember, I'm doing a sky train which South Africa never saw before. It'll be more than the GDP they made in the whole year, just on the investment portion. So I want y'all to understand, we got this for y'all. But I want y'all to not cap your thinking. Go out there are people for y'all.
Very true. Thank you. So one more time, guys. Zoithola kanjani? Zoithola kanjani? Nangu Mamphumzile mhlupheni, guys. Nangu Sis PJ mhlupheni, guys. Tholani information sesiyazi. Sesiyayivala. Thank you very much, Kwande Fest, for the session.
One more question.
Yes.
Sanbonani, igama lami Jabulani Nqindi, sanibonani konke KZN Kwande Festival. I am a performing artist and music producer, and I am also the CEO of a company called KwaZulu Republic. KwaZulu Republic was founded in 2016, and it was founded as a publishing company to house my intellectual property and music masters. It grew into a tech company in 2020 with the client Lamlokala, omunye ubafo ekuthiwa uMpendulo Qhiliza, who owns a company called Kwamdunge App Developers. He owns a game called Shaga Rise Again game, and I helped him launch that company on Google Drive, and we got it to over 1,000 downloads. And I also expanded nge-lockdown into clothing. Le mpahla ngigqoke manje ngizenze like mina nenkampani yami. So, just to give you a background of who I am and where I'm from and what I'm doing, right now I'm at a point where I have stock, I have invoices, I have proof of transactions, I have systems and manuals documents, I know where I want to take my company, but I need help because I want to go into brick and mortar. I want to open up the first South African smart store where tech and clothing can interact in real time. Who can I talk to at this festival that can help me take my company to the next level and into the future? Ngiyabonga.
I'm going to say let's take it offline because it sounds like a nice steak to bite at. Yes, last night there was Gavin here from Kingston Capital. That sounds like a bankable project that venture capitalists would be keen for. And we had Ms. Leoti Taylor from the South African Creative Industry Association. So perhaps you and our project manager, Unewo Nomvete, can be able to take that forward through partnerships with our stakeholders. But let's bite now while the iron is still hot. Yeah, well done for your success so far.
Thank you very much. We've gone over time, so we have to close the session. Whoever has more questions, guys, Mamphumzile, Sis PJ, Nabala, please engage with them after the session, between breaks and all of these things, all right? Ladies, thank you very much for the session. Very powerful. And now, I need to go to the museum myself, manje. I'm so interested. Yabo. Hey. Preserving cultural crafts. Thank you very much.
To my panelists, thank you so much to my moderator. That was a beautiful discussion. And one thing I love about you guys is how you engaged. Aishem, yazi niyang represent amos. Aning disappoint, phela nina naba mangithi. So manje mangabe ningasenzi ngendlela ehamselana nami niyanglimaza, you know, siqhubeka phela la sigcine khona. Ngiyabonga kakhulu once again. Thank you so much to you guys. Sesizoqhubekela to the next session. Angithi sinayo ifinish emakhaya. Nina ifinish. Do you have furniture at home? Aw guys, abanye abaphenduli. Ifinish ekhaya yikho. Likhona ikhabethe. Yes, that forms part of it lokho njani. Angithi wardrobe ikhona noma siphosa ko basket. Uplastic omnyama. I'm not sure how many of you guys watch Big Brother. Do you watch the Big Brother show? Now, you know, social media is always there. Sibonizi into social media. And we were watching the previous housemates, Big Brother Mzansi. Mpho, then Otemba. And I remember this post, Mpho, Mposelo plastic bag, abamnyama Utemba. So, I mean, nani nilapo yini? Ema plastic inamnyama. No, you know what? I love the honesty. You know why I love the honesty? Because nizofunda ukwenza ifurniture namhlanje. Uzovana ufike ekhaya uthi lalela wema ungasaya laphana usakhona uelerins kodwa. Usakhona uelerins. Obhe basakhona bona obhezi. Basakhona okay furniture. Lalela ke wena okay furniture wakusasa ke manje. Give yourselves a big round of applause because you are going to walk out of this program sewukwazi ukwenza ifurniture. Ufike ubadidi awufike udidi umakhelwane. Lalela umakhelwane yazi ukwenza njani mangabe kuhleba umakhelwane. Uvane nje umvakashela uzocheck ukuthi yini ifurniture shoda ngayo. Mawubone ngazi uthi bakithi iTV ayikho dongeni ibekelwe mhlambe nje lapha phansi noma yabo noma esigujini yes awuhamba umenzela itafula umakhelwane elihle bese ufika uyamgifta akithi kuthiwe ethanda umakhelwane nje ubuyithanda wena hayi yini engathani bathanda umakhelwane anibathanda umakhelwane lalela yabona umuntu mangabe ngakuthandi mgixabeze ngothando. Uyabona umuntu nje lalela. You know something? Angithi kuthiwa lento ukuthi isongeso it doesn't really take you far in life. Akathe kuzonda umthandi. Asisho ukuthi iba isicashalala kunomehluko. Akathe kuzonda wena umthandi. Be kind. You get what I'm saying? Yaba lento ayenza izomxaka. Uzobona ukuthi hayi manje ngizonda umuntu wrong. Izombinda lento ayenzayo because uzolekana ethi no you know what I'm wasting my time. You get what I'm saying? So we will be going to learn furniture making. There's a workshop that will be going on, but ngicela by the show of hands akhona ama artist afoneliwe osukwini la izolo. Can I just see your hands? Ngiphamisele nje izandla. The artists who were contacted last night, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, all right. So I need you guys to remain in the auditorium while the rest of you guys will make your way to room 1 for the furniture making workshop that will be taking place. Is my team ready? Because we are now going to be moving to room 1. Is the team who will be conducting the whole stuff ready for us? Is room 1 ready for us? Because asifuna ukufika bese bethi hayi sisaqukula itafula sisaqukula ukuthi is room 1 ready for my kids because we're coming to room 1 for furniture making. Okay, guys, I guess that's a yes. So you can make your way, lapaya in room 1, and you're going to be doing furniture making. In fact, my panelists took a bit of your time. So it's just going to take you guys an hour. I want you to come back. Isenikwazi ukwenza izinto. Kwamina ngicela nihambe seningenzelile ningenzele nami anginazi izinto ezithize. Nifunde as much as you can. Thank you so much, guys. My
teach people how to make furniture, and the second thing that we do is we assist people who want to open up their own furniture business, or they have a furniture business and they want to take it into a formal environment. Okay. My next slide is our branches across the country. We're a national organization and we have branches across the country. So in Durban, our branch is in KwaMashu. We then have branches, we have 2 branches in the Western Cape, one in Cape Town and one in Inyanga, which is also a township. We have one in the Eastern Cape, which is in Amtata. We have another one in KZN, which is in Umzinkulu. Umzinkulu is about 2.5 hours from here. Currently that center is closed, but we are working to reopen it. We have one in Johannesburg and one in White River, which is in Mpumalanga. Right? Operations across all branches is the same. So what we do here is what we do across the country as well. In terms of what we do, as I said, we're a training provider or a skills development provider. We train in 4 fields. The first one is wood machining. So we take you onto the physical machine and not the small power tools, the big industrial machine. We teach you how to set, operate that machine, how to maintain that machine. You use that machine to cut components of a furniture item. The next field is cabinet making, so taking those components and assembling it into a product. So a table, a cupboard, a chair, for example. We then do upholstery, so items like your sofas, your headboards, your ottomans, dining room chairs if they're covered. Those are the items covered under upholstery. And then the last one we train is wood finishing, which is spray painting, making the wood a different color. And we offer these programs in 3 formats. We do it as either learnerships or skills programs. These are programs that, or this format is structured, meaning that these programs go towards a qualification in furniture making. So there are entry requirements as well as theory and practical and workplace requirements for these format of these programs. The third program or the third format that we do is something called a short course. So it's very specific. If you wanted to learn how to make, if you wanted to learn to use a specific machine, we would teach you only to use that machine. If you wanted to only learn how to make that stool, for example, we would teach you how to make that stool. Right? So it's a bit customizable depending on your needs. The second thing, as I mentioned, that we do is something called business incubation. And the aim of our business incubation program is to create sustainable businesses. Right? And when we say sustainable, we want to see the businesses operating, making turnover, employing people, increasing their skills from a business or technical perspective, increasing their product line, growing the number of customers that they have in the business. Right? Our incubation program is quite a, it's a program that puts you into an enabling environment. When I say enabling environment, it means you are given business premises to work from, equipment to use, technical and business mentoring and coaching, all the support services that you would need in your business to grow your business. Okay? So that's basically what the incubation program is, taking a startup or a small fledgling business and converting them into a sustainable business. Okay? Pity you guys can't see the presentation, but our incubation program is for a period of 2 years. Right? So in those 2 years, as I said, you are given support services. Those support services include business or technical skills training, business or technical coaching and mentoring, as well as I said, we have 2 ways of doing incubation, either residential or virtual. Residential meaning you are based at the incubator. Virtual, you have your own premises, so you're still working from home, but you come to the incubator for certain services. Right? And the reason we do business incubation is obviously, as I said, to create sustainable businesses, but it's also for a bigger role in our communities. We want job creation. We want to alleviate poverty. We want to change or to change the narrative of our communities, to show that entrepreneurship is a job or is a career. It can work. Right? As I said, I had some other stuff on there, but unfortunately you won't be able to see it in terms of our stats. But we've been an organization that's been around since 2002. So we have worked with a lot of people, a lot of projects, and to date we have established over 400 businesses, each of them employing or creating over 1,000 jobs. So, and in terms of the learners, we have trained over 7,000 people. Right? That's Fintech. So what's going to happen now? Kevin, my colleague, is just going to do a little demonstration of products, and then thereafter we'll have a question answer session should you have any questions. I'm just going to leave. Oh, God. I was going to say my contact details, but our website is www.funtech.org.za. Right, so I'll repeat it, www.funtech.org.za. Okay, that's it, yeah. The contact number for our branch in Durban is 031. Did it get switched off? 031 579 3883. 579 3883. My email address is Delisha, DELY SHIA @funtech.org.za. No, I didn't get the 031 579 3883.
Okay, all the information will come up.
There's our contact details. Sorry? E section. Yeah, you know where, does anyone know where Crossroads? Yeah,
Not
so
to Zuma, commercial.
E
section.
E section. So Crossroads station, taxi, bus station. Then you know the police station, big police station? Behind the police station. Yeah. Okay. starting with us?
I'll do the upholstery one because I don't have equipment for it. But anyway. Okay, good morning, guys and girls. My name is Kevin Owen. I'm a facilitator at Ferntech. Two things. Oops. And I do the training for students that come in. Right, so basically, we have 3 core training that we do. The wood machining, cabinet making, the upholstery, and the wood finishing. So the wood finishing part is all we're doing is we're taking raw wood, that would be either your solid wood or your board components, and then spraying it to any color that the customer wants. When we train this, we train the guys the basics, so you get to know the different types of sandpaper, preparing the timber, spraying sealer on the timber, spraying your primer on the timber, and then your color. So it's depending what process you want. Right. As my manager said, we have the learnership and skills program, and then we also have the short course. So people would come in wanting to do a short course, say they want to learn only how to prepare to spray a table. We'll teach them that. Then you have the upholstery part. So the upholstery part, basically, you would still need to know how to manufacture a frame. So you would still have to learn some of the machines, unless you already know how to make a frame and you only need to know how to cover. Then we do a short course. It's a learnership, then we teach you the entire process, right? The entire process. So basically, this would be a frame. So this is a raw frame where you get your raw materials, which is the timber. We would make a frame. Then from your frame, we would have the different steps that we would take. So some of the things that you would use, this is known as webbing, elastic webbing. So elastic webbing, you see, you get 2 types of sofas. You get the expensive range of sofas, and then you get the cheap sofas. So the guys would use the elastic on the seat part instead of using the spring. So the spring is the more expensive part, right? So these things would then go onto the frame. So you would have the webbing either on the frame or you would have the spring on the frame. Then the next thing we would do is we would then put the foam. So the foam as well, we have different densities of foam. So you get a 100 mil foam, you get a 10 mil foam, you get a 25 mil foam, you get a 50 mil foam. Right. Then also the foam, the quality of the foam. So the quality of the foam also increases the price of the lounge suite. So you would now have the more expensive range of foams, which you would have the latex, you would have the memory foam, and then you'll also have, there's one other foam that you would get. It's more like a plastic thingy, but these are your standard foams that we would use. So the foam would go. Your end result would be, if you look inside this lounge suite, you would see there's a frame. The frame, the sides are made out of board, but the rails are made out of solid wood. Then you would have springs on the bottom end. Or you could put the webbing, but the webbing will go at the back. Right, so this is the underneath. The underneath would be the springs where you have the more elastic effect when you're sitting on it. You get the more bounce. Right, and then the back is where we would put the elastic webbing, because the back doesn't have much tension. The seat part needs to have more tension. So when you sit on it, you get that effect, whereas the back doesn't need to flex that much. Right. Then the next step would be, as I said, you would put the foam and then you would put the fabric. So the fabric, depending what fabric the customer would choose. So the fabric ranges from the cheap fabric being 30 Rand a meter, going right up to 5,000 Rand a meter. Right. So depending what you want. Like for example, leather, you would pay for a hide, 9,000 Rand. And on a hide, you have 9 squares. That means that's 9 meters of fabric. Right. The last step would be a completed product. That is your completed product, the upholstery product. So that's with your arms, everything fitted on it, covered up all round. Underneath, we will put what is known as a polyprop. It's a dust cover, and you will put your feet on. So this is the mini version. It's a baby chair. Right. But the exact same thing would apply if you're making a large 2-seater, 4-seater, whatever it may be. So that's your upholstery. So the step by step, we will teach you exactly how to complete that. So you'll have day 1 right up to day whatever to give you a completed product. Right, that's your upholstery products. So the upholstery products, mostly we would use hand tools to complete this. The machine part will only be to make up your frame. Right, to make up your frame. That's when you'll be using all the large machinery. But when it comes to manufacturing of cupboards, then it's a whole different process. A whole different process. This is solid wood. So in most cases, when manufacture cupboards, they would only use solid wood if the customer requires it. In most cases, everything else is made with board components. So your board components comes in various colors. This is known as melamine. Right? That is your board component. It's known as melamine. All this is, it's a painted surface. You buy it like that. It comes in multiple colors. The inner core is your standard chipboard. That's your inner core. So when a cupboard is made for a customer, or even you, when you go to a store and you need to buy a cupboard, the salesperson selling you a cupboard there will tell you it is solid wood because he doesn't know what it is. But in fact, it is chipboard. All they do is they would apply an edging, the exact same color as your board. So your board is this color, the edging is the exact same color. So when you look at this cupboard made up, it looks solid. But in fact, it is not solid. This, if it's exposed to water, will end up getting damaged. Whereas this will not. This will last a lifetime. Right? But it's extremely expensive. For a sheet of board, you will pay around about 600 Rand. The size of the board comes 2 meters 700 by 1.8. Whereas this timber comes in lengths. So it will come in a 2.6 length, 152 wide, and a thickness of 25. To make up a cupboard, you might need 10 lengths of this. And 10 lengths of this will cost you 5,000 Rand. Whereas one sheet of board, will cost you 600 Rand. And one sheet of board, you can make one wardrobe. Oh, serious. And they'll charge you an arm and a leg because the wardrobe still needs to be cut up and made. Okay, so basically, the machines you would use to make a wardrobe would be a big machine. It's known as a panel saw. The next one would be an edge bender. And then you would either drill the holes in it and assemble your cupboard. All right, drill the holes and assemble the cupboard. So we would teach you all of that there. So I'm going to assemble this cupboard now to show you. Okay, because we couldn't bring any of the big machines with us to show you, everything was pre-made so that I could come here and assemble it and show you how a cupboard can be made. Right. So basically, the cupboard would have a top, your two sides, your bottom. We would use a nail gun. Didn't bring a compressor because you can't make noise here. We would nail it with the nail gun. Then the next thing we would do is we would screw the cupboard together. Okay, cordless drill, battery operated. Take it to site and work with it. If not, you need a compressor And then you would need electricity. No, why would you need a hammer now? You wouldn't need a sando. The only time you need a sando is if you're putting nails. If you're knocking nails. Right, they have too many modern tools now, so you don't need to use a nail and a hammer. Right. Hammer is too fast.
It's fast. It's fast.
Even though it is.
What quality are you getting?
Yes, that's the problem. You're not getting the quality that you want. That's like you're building for a cockroach. Okay, this here is known as masonite or hardboard. Alright, it's white on one side, brown on the other side. Some of it comes with brown on both sides. That's a cheaper version compared to this. Alright, but okay, the two rails that I'm putting at the back, I'm putting a rail there and a rail at the bottom. That is your fixing rails. So when they make the cupboard, this cupboard is a small version which can be the exact same as your kitchen cupboards and your bedroom cupboards. Right. This cupboard here would be a bathroom cabinet. So you could use this as a bathroom cabinet. Okay. But that's a door. So the door needs a hinge. So basically, to put a hinge on, you get different types of hinges as well. So you get a cheap hinge and you get an expensive hinge. This hinge here is known as a soft close. So when you push this hinge, see, the hinge closes on its own softly. So even if you have a fight with your boyfriend or your husband or your wife, and you try to bang the door will not bang. Bang the door will go, and then it'll close slowly. Yeah, even if you're drunk and you try to bang the door, it won't go bang. Right. You need a straight edge to make sure to keep the hinges straight, otherwise the door will be sitting in an angle. can either be right-handed or left-handed, depending on how you want it in your house. Remember, because of the door in your house, you might have a kitchen door, the bedroom door, the bathroom door. You don't want the door to open and then you can't open this drawer. You get jammed. So you would make it depending on to suit your house, whether you want it a right-hand side or a left-hand side. Right? The handle, again, it's customer preference. The customer would like the handle to be on the top, would like the handle to be at the bottom, or like the handle to be at the center. Yeah. Right? So it's depending where you want the handle. Then put the hey, taking it away. I brought one. We've got plus minus 20 people here. They're going to fight for it. You're a copycat. Aye, the screw is short, not going to go through the table. Okay, the screws that we're using is chipboard screws, yes? How much is the gun? It ranges in different prices, depending on what gun you buy. Like this one here would be around about 1,500 rand, but it will come. It's not the cheapest one. You get a cheaper one from Game for about 600 rand. But the difference is, okay, upside down. Wow. Alright, so if you look at this cupboard now, if I open the door and I close it, that's a soft close. Alright, that's a soft close. Okay. And then the handle. This is a expensive one, it's not the cheap one. Okay, so basically, if you come to Fintech, you have two options. Either open up a business or do the training. If you do the training, you either do upholstery, cabinet making, or wood finishing. If you do upholstery, you get taught to make that day. Well, that's not the only thing. That's only one of our products. If you do the cabinet making part, you get taught to make this here. Use the machines and make it yourself. We do have female learners, male learners, and disabled learners. So it's not only limited just to one type of person. It's open to anybody. So if somebody tells you, you're female, why are you going and doing that day? We've got ladies that are working on the machines and proving people wrong. Alright, so guys, in the cabinet making program, we have 7 different items that you manufacture and you get to take and go home when you do the program. So it's not just this and you're seeing this item and you're taking it home. Majority of our items are made out of solid wood. Solid wood. It's only when we teach the panel saw and the edge bender, because that machine there will teach you to make bedroom and kitchen cupboards. So we have a program that does kitchens and bedrooms as well. And then we have the learnerships and the skill program that teaches you all the machines. So in level 2, we have almost 11 different types of machines that the industry has, which you will learn, operate, and can go and start your own business or work for a company. If you do the skills program or the learnership, it's towards a qualification. So it's a national qualification. You'll get a certificate from the FP&M CETA. That certificate there, you can go anywhere in the world and you can start working anywhere in the world. We do have people that did their qualifications and went overseas, started their own businesses overseas. Some of the guys still have contact with me and tell me, hey, they're doing very, very successful in whichever country they are in. So guys, you're not limited to South Africa only. Yeah. And whatever you learn, the skills that you learn, remember, cannot be taken away from you. Okay. Okay, we'll be open for questions now.
Thank you. Oh my God. Let's put the mirror there.
If I give you, then I have to give everyone. So I can give you the shelf, I can give you the door, I can give you the top.
Give me one. You couldn't take on again,
You know you're at the Kwande Fest, eh? You can't charge nothing, the security is there. There's only one way in, one way out.
No, guys, unfortunately, we cannot give this. This is one of the learners. So as Kevin said, the learner gets the product.
Thank you so much.
Are there any questions?
How long is the learnership?
Okay, the learnership is, no, it's 15 weeks. So what happens is with the learnership, it's geared towards people who are already employed in the furniture industry. So what happens is we train for 1 week a month for 15 months. Right? So you come in for 1 week of training, then for 3 weeks you go back to your workplace, you practice what you've learned. Month 2, you come in for 1 week, you go back for 3 weeks. Right? At the end of that 15 months, you will be ready for your qualification. Right? So with the qualification, you need to have undergone the training as well as getting workplace practice. You're given the product to make for your final assessment. Everything goes well and you found competent, you'll be issued with a national qualification. Right? The skills program is more geared towards unemployed individuals or who are seeking work in the industry. Right? So the format in which the content is the same, it's just the way we run it is different. So for a skills program, we will do the 15 weeks upfront. Okay. You will then need to go and find a job. You can either open up your own company or you can go and work for someone in the industry to build up your practice hours. Once you've accumulated your practice hours or sufficient practice hours and you do your final assessment, you'll be issued the qualification. So that's the only difference between a learnership and a skills program. How much? Okay, so it goes for 26,750 rand. We do get a lot of funders who fund programs, right? So you need to follow our Facebook page. It's called Funtech Durban. Normally when we get our funding, we post on there for people to submit their applications.
Oh.
Right?
Do you only have a Facebook page? Do you not have an Instagram?
No, we don't have Instagram, just Facebook. We have a website, so it'll either be on our website, but mostly Facebook.
Okay.
Yeah.
No problem. Thank you. What are entry requirements since I've grade
So,
9?
yeah, so for the learnership, don't laugh. For the learnership, or not for the learnership, let me use the other word. For the qualification, unfortunately, it is a minimum of a grade 10 pass with maths or maths literacy. But, no, but listen, you can still do the training. It is not a problem if you do not have the requirements. You just will not be issued with a qualification. You will, however, get a statement of results for the credits that you have passed. So should you choose later on in life to go and do your matric or to go and do something else, you can then submit proof to the SETA that I have completed, they call it fundamentals, right? I've completed my fundamentals, and then you will issue you with the full qualification. Any other questions?
Is it like 26,000 per year or?
It's per program. Guys, you need to understand, timber and board is very expensive. Right? I know we all go to the furniture shops and we look at the nonsense that they are selling in the shops, but that stuff is coming in from China, where labor is cheap, production is cheap. You cannot compare to what is happening here in South Africa. We need to promote and advocate buy local, produce local. Right? If you are in the Kwamashu area and you want to come and visit the center, more than welcome to visit. You can have a look at some of the work the businesses are doing. Guys, our businesses are doing work for restaurants. I know Wish Restaurant became famous for sad reasons, but one of our clients did the furniture at Wish Restaurant. There's another restaurant called Madam and Sir on Florida Road. Clients have done furniture for that restaurant. We've just got a client who's picked up an order for the South African Reserve Bank. They're doing the furniture there. So there is potential out there. As I said, we change the narrative of our country. We make the decisions. Produce local, buy local. And as Kevin said, no one can take the skill away from you. You guys know it's very hard out there to find a job, but that does not mean you cannot create your own job. Sorry?
Can I pay the money as monthly installment? As monthly installment?
The training. So generally what happens is we work on a 50% deposit. Right? Guys, you need to understand upfront. And then we work on every month until the program is finished. Yeah.
10%?
50.
50%.
I would like you to clarify something for me. With the skills program, you said you train people who are unemployed and has a grade 10 pass and above. Do you train people who have no idea how to do all this, or you?
So guys, listen, most of the programs, especially the unemployed individuals, even some of we get private individuals. So you will be classified as a private individual. So either your mother, your father, your aunt, husband, wife, whoever's paying for the training, who come in knowing nothing. And these people, some of them actually, after completing the training, go and open a business. So they knew nothing. They go and open a business, and they're making money and employing people.
Okay, I would ask to know that if I have done my skills program with you guys, can I come back again to you to help me with my business?
Yes, so as I said, we do two things. We do training and we do incubation, right? So you can start off as a learner, undergoing training programs, and then decide you want to open up your business and you go into incubation. Alternatively, you could start the other way around. Say, I have a great business idea. I want to get going. I have potential customers, but I don't have the skills. We will teach you. You will start your business immediately. It's up to you. Guys, you need to understand, opportunity is there. It's what you make out of it and how quickly you make of it. So you can take 15 weeks to train. You can take 10 days to train and start a business. Up to you. Yeah.
Are there bursaries, leaderships, and scholarships associated with you guys?
So unfortunately, Ferntech does not give bursaries. We do work with a lot of companies, municipalities, organizations who provide CSI funding. So that's why I said you need to look at our Facebook page, because we just finished. Unfortunately, this program was a bit delayed in terms of our calendar, but we've already recruited for our funding. So we'll have to look for the next cycle if you are interested.
Yeah.
Yeah?
What I want to know, because when I have been following FinTech since it was at the RETI, I was so excited about the courses and the way they teach. I And I once visited at Walmart and I was shown the machine and everything. What I was interested in, I was offered by the University of KwaZulu-Natal the scholarship, but they said, provided are bringing people who need, because it was just a form of outreach program. We are offered that provided there are people who are changing their lives in the community. One of the communities that I targeted was at Walmart. But because I went to FinTech and I applied, and what was needed there was mathematics. But I waited for the feedback to whether I was considered successful or not, but I didn't get anything.
Okay.
So
okay, sorry.
Excuse me. Then my scholarship in KZN declined. We have our offices here, but it seems as if we are doing absolutely nothing because PRASA gives us the office and everything. We do not pay, but was to do the outreach program. And my intention was to, I've been seeing FinTech on the municipality newspapers and everywhere, was to take FinTech to the other.
Okay, just to, I think, get to your thing. If there's a particular project out that we are advertising for, and if you are and if that advert says these are the minimum requirements, and you apply for that program, and if you do not meet the minimum requirements, we will not select you, right? As I told her, you can still do the training if you don't meet the minimum requirements, but come and speak to us outside of that program or outside of that application. You cannot, as I said, look at an advert, and if someone says you need grade 12, and if you have grade 11, go put your grade 12 certificate, because we get hundreds of applications. And if I see no grade 12, it goes into that pile.
Automatic.
Right? So maybe that was the reason. I don't know when you came and what you did. So as I said, if you want to take the discussion further, you know where our offices are. You can come and visit us again next week. Okay? Are they calling you? Oh, we have 5 minutes, so guys, last 5. Any other questions?
Can I sit on the chair? That's the best.
Okay, I just want to mention one thing to touch on my manager. When it comes to business creation, where you didn't know nothing and you learned and you opened up your own business. We had one business before COVID. The guy was 26 years old. He did the upholstery program with us. Within the 2-year period, he was the fastest growing business we ever had. He made 3 million rand. Profit.
And guess what he started selling? Budget sofas for 3,500 rand. That's what he started selling. Now he's doing houses, offices, mosques, temples, churches from nothing, decked out. Thank you guys. We really enjoyed the session and we hope you guys.
Sure. Yini singavane sithathe imthwalo sigoduka ngisanizwa. Nise right? Are you sure ukuthi nise right? Okay, we're moving on to the next session. But before we get to that, ngifuna ukuthola, how was the furniture making workshop? Usuna wardrobe? Lalela, or built in angisho. How was the furniture making program, guys? Attention, guys. How was the furniture making workshop? You enjoyed it? Okay, so we're now heading on to the next session. And in this session, this is a music competition. Angithi niyawathanda ama competition. Ukhona ongayithandi competition. Why wouldn't you love a competition? Why wouldn't you love a competition? Or you love it because of money. Or you don't love it because of money. You don't like money. Hayibo, ukhona umuntu angayithandi imali. Ukhona umuntu angayithandi imali. Ubani lowo? Sicela ukumbona ngombala. Ubani angayithandi imali? Hawema. Lalela sino Old Mutual in the building and imsheleni izandla. Ngicela izandla ezingcono, ngiyayicela ezingcono. We've got Old Mutual in the building and they are one of the people who have powered this session. Esasingena kuyona namhlanje. Babambisene nekumisa, sishayeleni ikumisa izandla. Angithi sesiyayazi ikumisa. Siyayazi ikumisa. Iphi ikumisa? Yes. All right. Sinosisi laphana ke omuhle igama lakho nokwanda wakamkhize. Ukhabazela bakithi nanke lapha emumva ephakamisa izandla nimscreameleni. That is the lady enizoya kuyena if you are not registered with Kumisa. Okay? Uyena ozonichazela ke unbreakele down ayihlinze yonke into ethinta ukumisa. You have to go and register with Kumisa. Kumisa is the organization that is going to take you levels. Angithi uyawazi ama levels. Especially my musicians that I have. I think my musicians are here. Angithi ningala. Yeah. Angithi nifuna ukuthi nani nibo AKA bakusasa. Nani nifuna ukuthi nibe olira. Bakhona olira bakusasa la. Woo, look at the lovely lady lapha. Uzithandela ulira. You guys want to be the next big musicians of this world, not this country, of this world. You can become the next Grammy Award holder. Angithi siyazi slam zathi sinawo ama artists hold ama Grammy Awards. Wouldn't you want to be one of them? Wouldn't you want to be? Yeah. Ubani osanda kuyilanda nje recently. Wasekasi. Angizwanga. Zakes Bantwini represented us well lapha kuma Grammy Awards. Kade kukhulunywa kakhulu ngeLady Smith Black Mambazo sekuyinto zangakhona maningi kakhulu abanawo and nothing stops you. Nothing stops you. Sky is the limit, ladies and gents. All right, so we're going to move to that session njengamanje and it's called the Rising Star Competition. And ngizocela ukuthi samkeleni ama judges ethu akhona. Njengamanje khona lapha mkwethu ngaze ngawasaba amajaji ngingemculi ngaze ngawasaba amajudges wethu. All right, so sifike sibe lapha noThando Nyameni, who is the managing director with Kumisa. Give him a big round of applause. I'm sure you've seen him day one. Ugeweza stage namuza namlalela. He's one of the judges. Angisho ukuthi bese likumhlekela. Ufuna ukubuka italente. Akafuna ukuthi likumsmilela la. Am I right, Butano? It's just talent, not the smile. Asimodeli la yazi mangabe model bokuyimali nestep nobuhle. It's none of that today. Siphinde futhi sishayele izandla ezinkulu. IKKP irepresentiwe ke le namhlanje. Sifike lapha sibe nobaba uEdmund Mhlongo, who is udirector wakhona eKKP. Simpheni izandla ezinkulu. Angizange ngicela nimemezeni kakhulu. Anphinde. Wow, that's beautiful. I love that. Ngizophinda futhi ngicela ukuthi sihlanganiseni izandla ezinkulu for the branch. Laphana ke i-branch manager yase Old Mutual sikhuluma laphana ke ngo-Mr. Mandla Khanyile, nimphele izandla. It's okay to scream. Okay, now one thing I love, I can see one of our other judges is naye, and ngizoxolisa singicela asondele la kumina ngaphambili. And what I want you guys to see, okay, he's part of abantu abazobe bebala ukuthi mangabe sekujajiwe wenze kanjani. All right? Okay. So uma ngabe khona umuntu enfuna ukuthi nibuke ukuthi you know ama results phela kuyazi ukuthi mabe sephuma ama results abantu bathanda ukuthi hayi mina bangirobhile ungasho ukuthi hayi no cha kodwa nami ngiyibonile ukuthi ngiflobhile la. Are you guys ever honest? Are you ever honest? Like ungene entweni uyishaya uphuma utshela wonke umuntu usilelela bafethu hayi siyabuya naleya award, and the minute you don't bangirobhile. Urojwe kanjani? Who robbed you? Okay. So izinto zethu ke zitight kakhulu osukwini lwakhona namhlanje. Are my artists ready to come on stage? Is the first artist ready to come on stage? I don't get the energy. Are you guys ready? Can I get a big yes? Oh, hey. There are prizes to be won. Number 1 has a prize. Number 2 has a prize, and number 3 definitely has a prize. There's money involved, and leo mali angeke ize nje cha. Lalela, ngeke izilethe kula kuzona zonke la mama accounts akhona. Imama accounts now la. Babo. Sebanvulela yini into zenu? Banvulela nini? Lalela, yabona ku Old Mutual, lalela. Yabona if you have an Old Mutual account, angeke uzuyibona into yokuthi uphinde uvalele into yakho. Uvalele into yakho serious. Maqhamuka emergency ekhaya kuvaliwe wenze njani? I tell you. So guys, Old Mutual, if you have an Old Mutual account, leyo yinto efana nalogo, you're not going to see it, and we do have a representative yakhona lapha kwa Old Mutual, and imali yakho mangabe sewinile izongena khona. Nifuna ukwazi ukuthi malini? Angiqageli nje. 1,000 or 5 rand? Ubani? 1.7. 10,000. 10,000. Nivumelana ngo 10,000? Okay. Uma ngabe kuukuthi uqinisile ne? Mawukuthi uqinisile, nothing will happen. Makukuthi ukhuluma iphutha, lalela. Makukuthi ukhuluma iphutha, uwena ozosedela makukuthi kungaphansi. Siyavumelana? Ubani othi akwazi kuba yiphutha uqagela. Phela qagela uqagela kwakho kuyela ngakhona noma kugejile. Sinongo, yes. So manje if uqagela ngayelanga ngakhona phela uwena ozosikhokhela ibalance. Hayi ngincishana ngemali la ekhaya yini nginisole. Why ngincishana ngemali? All right, ladies and gents, as the competition continues, ngizobe sengiyanazisa kancane ukuthi owinile uzothola ini. But I want us to welcome our first artist on stage. Igama lakhe nguSinye Khaya wakasiziba. Put your hands together. I-stage name sakhe uthi i-Black Soul Siziba. Put your hands together as he makes his way on stage. Yes, guys, scream!
Sanibona. Be right. ingoma igama layo Pillow Talking, igama lami Black Soul Siziba, and I want you guys to turn up. Let's go. Yeah. I can trust the niggas cause they pillow talking, window shopping, commenting on every topic. You would sort they on the mission, how they eavesdropping. Niggas stop it, before you hear the pistol popping. Yeah, I can trust the niggas cause they pillow talking. Let's go! Every topic. Let's go! Before you hear the pistol poppin', yeah. Trust these niggas, way too cold, they love season, yeah. I'm finna get the bag, then I'm gone, in a two-seater, yeah. Nigga, I'm minding my business on the side, trying to get rich shit. Let's go! I can trust the niggas cause the niggas chasing down, yeah. I can trust the niggas cause they pillow talking. Window shopping, commenting on every topic. You would swear they on a mission, how they eavesdropping. Niggas stop, let's go! Let's go! 1, 2, 3, yeah! I can trust the niggas cause they pillow talking. Commenting on every topic. You swear they on the mission, how they eavesdropping. Niggas stop it, before you hear the pistol poppin', yeah. Way too long, I saw it made me stronger. Just call me when they need me, some don't even bother. I done spent the first year of my life as a people pleaser. I pack my bags, let's go, I hate when motherfuckers don't pay me. Give me my bag, motherfucker, heard of my pain. I ain't never switching my lane. Some of y'all know that a nigga that kept me away. Some of these streets ain't safe. If I pull up on you, you know I ain't hiding my face. I know niggas moving that way. Walk on, make a nigga lose his face. Cause they pillow talking, window shopping, commenting on every topic. You would shut they on the mission, how they eavesdropping. Let's go. Before you hear the pistol poppin', let's go. I can trust the niggas cause they pillow talking, window shopping, commenting on every topic. You would swear they on the mission, how they eavesdropping. Niggas stopping, before you hear the pistol poppin'. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Hey, 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 hey. Amnesia, 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 amnesia. Hey yo, let's go. Amnesia, it's it. It's it, I can trust the niggas cause they pillow talking, window shopping, commenting on every topic. Yo, yeah, yeah, hey, 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 let's go. Thank you so much. My name is Black Soul Siziba, Mr. Pillow Talking. Yeah.
Yes! How was that performance, guys? How was that performance? Angzaga. Okay, now come on, guys. Now angisanizwa ke nithini manje? Aningithathe sokukagogo bakithi nithini? Ay ngiyabona ukuthi siphethe screw la endlini. Ayo. All right. Put your hands together for him, guys. Please do put your hands together. Igama lakhe ukukukhumbuza uSinye Khaya Siziba, and his stage name is Black Soul Siziba. I guess on social media platforms utholakala kanjalo. At Black Soul _Siziba. Hambani niyombheka ke mhlawumbe nizobona, you know. Angithi yazi phela ukuthi umuntu like kuthiwa uma ngabe umbuka on social media and usumbuka live. Combos don't communicate. When are combos communicating ngawe? Huh? They're not communicating. It's okay. Kodwa phela lalela, you need to choose one struggle at a time. That's what I always say. Awukwazi ukuba mubi live, uphinde ube mubi esithombeni. You have an opportunity to be beautiful. And when you choose not to be, ayibo, awukube muhle nje into eyodwa phela. Niyanqaba. Yeah. You get what I'm saying? So umuntu mangabe ethi hayi wena ufana sesithombeni, I've chosen one struggle. You know, this is the struggle I choose. Laphana ginenye toys. All right. So, as my judges are making their decisions, we're moving on to the next musician coming up on stage. Our next rising star, Kumbulu Guti. This is proudly powered by Old Mutual, together with Kumisa, Nayoge EDTEA. All right. So our next performer, I'd like to see her coming on stage. I'd like to see him coming on stage. Ikamala Kengumnobi, Ungowagangobo, and Uzbiza, the OB Magic. Welcome, the OB Magic on stage.
Fanagitsigwa kwehlela Kudala bakusida kwehlela Ninjani bafethu naphila Ubheka manje kuyashelela Ubheka manje kita Ubheka manje kuyashelela Are you having a good time? It's Bati vili ya chica The song is speaking to you Telusuguma mekenyawo We out here Fanagitsigwa kwehlela Kudala bakusinda kwehlela Yazi life ayikala ngaka Ubheka manje kuyashelela Ubheka manje kita Ubheka manje kuyashelela Yazi life ayikala ngaka I don't wanna look back Came a long way and I ain't turning back Phambili indlela isaqhubeka Yeah, sukuma noma ukhubeka But ivili liyajika I remember when they said I was lame Pretty girls but to give me don't play Manje sebefuna inamba keep it hitting jet How you like me now? I can pull up when I fucking mind I used to stay at my mama's house and I still stay there na manje That's why I go hard on every chance na manje Phile ngathi usuku lokugcina na manje Funa ufike eklasi lami zibona manje Yazi life ayiqala ngakanje Fana ngithi kwakwehlela Ithi dala kwakusinda kwehlela Yazi life ayiqala ngakanje Ubheka manje kuyashelela Kuthakana ubheka manje kuyashelela Yeah Yazi life ayikala ngakanje Izothi kwehlela Ithi dala kwakusinda kwehlela Yeah Yazi life ayikala ngakanje Ubheka manje kuyashelela Kuyashelela Ithi ubheka manje kuyashelela Kuyashelela Izela Yeah I wanna live a life with no regrets. Check me out. I pray your Lord provide your daily bread. Don't wanna think about the things I left behind. Yeah. If I could make that risk, I swear I'd lose my mind. Yeah. Yes, man, tabang a match. Got a couple of stones unturned a match. I just wishing me down, but they down on size. If they're looking for this piece, I'm a mind. I done came up. Nobody knew that I would go major. Now they show me love, but they took me for a stranger. I was in my box, now I'm on my Joe Frazier. What's up? Fanagitsigwa kwehlela Ithi dala kwakusinda kwehlela Ashibi nigga shore ngala Ubheka manje kuyashelela Kuyashelela Ithi ubheka manje kuyashelela Kuyashelela Ithi fanagitsigwa kwehlela Kudala kwakusinda kwehlela Yeah Yazi life ayikala ngaka Ubheka manje kuyashelela Kuyashelela Ubheka manje kuyashelela Yeah Yazi life ayikala ngakanje Can you make some noise if you're in this house and you're feeling the vibe? Fanagitsigwa kwehlela Dala sikule ndawonye Dala kwakusinda kwehlela Yeah Yazi life ayikala ngaka Ubheka manje kuyashelela Ithi ubheka manje kuyashelela Yeah Yazi life ayikala ngaka Fanagitsigwa kwehlela Thina sayiqala sabancane le game yabo Bengakosithemba ukuthi soke sifike la yabo Manje sisekwana Ngoba manje kuyashelela Kwenzakala Ithi ubheka manje siyashelela Yeah Yazi life ayikala ngakanje I go by the name of OB Magic. You can follow me at OB Magic on all social media platforms. Igama lengoma ishelela. We started from the bottom. We all fought
Namhlanje sisekwande KZN Kwande Festival. It's been a grateful, man, you know. Yabo.
Yo. Big round of applause, guys. That was a beautiful performance. Nginibona manje senilapha bese nenzani la kambe? Anzwanga. Oh damn. Yini engazuthi nje senzoba nizombhekela ingomeni zakhe. He needs to feature you, hey. Lalela nama VVIP aqave ngempela. All right, we're moving on to our next performer. Is our next performer ready? Because you definitely have to be ready. Ubonile inkundla iyashisa. Inkundla iyashisa. You get iyashalela. Ayishisi. Iyashalela. Ayishisi. Angisazi leso Zulu mina. Na. What I love about you guys is that you're smart. And what I love is that you are outspoken. You don't fear to voice your opinions. You don't fear to voice what you believe is right. That's beautiful. Give yourselves a round of applause. All right. Angazi amajaji inkosi yami ukuthi kusahamba kahle lapha ngakuona. Hayi ngiyabona kuthiwa thumbs up. Hey. Kuzozenye indawo ke abantu bangatatazeli. This is your opportunity to showcase yourself. I hope my artists are ready and they are hearing that right. The next performer coming on stage, Gavane Ngacabanga, he was a great performer. Why nithanda lonto ve? Why nithanda? Bab Mncane was a great performer. He was a great performer. You know, our next performer coming on stage is Jabulani Wagwatindi. Put your hands together.
I might just pull up again. Sure. Yeah. Lengo menzo sha manje so I might just pull up again. Says I must sit again. I might just pull up again. Pull up. Yeah. Head up before all my ducks in a row. Only one life and I'm living it though. JC, what's happening, bro? What kind of vision, you know I go. Still independent, finessing it though. On the way, artists, I had to do both. Open the market, I've got to get dough. Producing a product, and boy in a row. I might just pull up now again. I might just pull up now again. I might just wait. Says I'm a silver again. Pull up. I might just pull up now again. I might just pull up now again. Pull up. Shit. Says I'm a silver again. Back with a twist, put on my shit. I might just pull up now again. Move it again. So long on this again. I'm very respectful. I see the connections, I made those connections. They know I'm connected, they show me love again. I'm a pull up, I might just pull up again. I might just pull up again. Shit, says I'm a sip again. Pull up, I might just wait. I might just pull up again. I might just pull up again. Shit, says I'm a sip again. Support on my shit. I might just pull up and maybe go shopping again. Over no tunga again. Singing that shooting again. Temperature power, KwaZulu Republic all over my continent again. Ipari, the squad with shit, escape the skin again. Selling my shit, KwaZulu Republic was made for the kings. We are the king, RIP the name. This is a marathon, put on a sprint. Nevertheless, I never stress and I digress. Not a true place. Young Sarpina, you like my 20 December. You're working the winner, you never beginners. I might just pull up again. I might just put up all and I make it a sign. Yeah, says I'm a seven again. I might just wait. Yeah. Shit. Says I'm a silver again. Pull up. I might just pull up again. I might just pull up again. Says I'm a silver again. Yeah. I might just pull up again. I might just wait. I might just pull up again. Shit. Says I'm a silver again. Wait. Buffalo. Igama lami uJabulani Ncindi ngiphume emlazi kaKhena kaBB. Follow me on Instagram as uJabulani Ncindi. Zonke le impahla lezi ngigqokile manje inkampani yami kuthiwa iKwaZulu Republic. So follow on Instagram, buy the clothes. If you buy impahla zami uthole ne-CD ngakini. Amanje siphula ngakini. Amanje senza amasimba ngakini.
Kuthiwa ngakini.
Senza amasimba ngakini.
Angizange kuthiwa senzani ngakini.
Senza amasimba ngakini.
A big round of applause, guys. Did you love that performance? Oh, yeah. Kwaze kwashuba. Hayi kusazoba late. Kusazoba late. Ngiyabona usinapha abayehlisa abakithi abangani bami lapha kya. Bashiselwa. Bajulukile bomiwe. Kwenzeka yonke into. Singaqobhoki stage. Khunyula amajezi. Ugade phela ungahambi inqono bakithi. Okay, let's welcome our next performer on stage. Igama lakhe nguLihle Wakacele, and the stage name is Libra.
Oh, Nkosi.
Put your hands together.
Yes, Lord. Bathi konkonko. Bathi konkonko. Kwangathi anikho right nje.
Sanibonane. Ngicela ukubona izandla kanje emoyeni ifine happy. Thank you, ngiyabonga. If you like good music, can I get it? Oh yeah. Can I get it? Oh yeah. When I say Kwande, you say first Kwande. Kwande. Okay, bafowethu igama lami nguLibra, the child of God, indle emnyama emhlophe ngezenzo umabona khulunywa ngoba emhleni umona ngenkambo. Ngiqhamuka emlazi. Bafowethu ngicela ukuze ngizongena engomeni. Sonke la nje basila sifuna impumelelo ngithi. So ingoma engizoyiperforma manje ithi Pray and Push, produced by XYs. So ngicela sicule sonke ningilekelele ithi you gotta push chorus. You gotta push. Ithi you gotta push. Ithi you gotta push. Mesithi you gotta. Mesithi pray until something happens. Yes, Lord. I'm Libra, Mr. Child of God. Itiyele my select. Idlale my silence. Yes, Lord. Guess what? Everybody said that you're no proud to get up on
Don't know where to start, bro. But I'ma try and tell you like it is, though. Is that a couple years ago? Now my gang is pushing pando hard, bro. Making hits, smashing beats, psycho. For me niggas killing on the app. But still melee, push it, zima until I get the cash, bro. I wanna shine like a sunny day. So the money get paid and push a span one way. Pussy nigga one way. Father got in my way. Figuring out the one man. Gonna promise myself. Since I get scared, but I'm not good. They don't melange. Kanambangena Sulubheka uzozisililo kuhlobo umjingo Hlisofila umlilo masesikuda sikade impilo ngabona umdala uthixo Mela kaneno I've got what it takes leli phupho ngilifeze Ngifuna le mali kangidlali Ngifusha lesibhani You think you fly while you can't see the smile This is my time You gotta push and push You gotta push and push You gotta push and push So stop dancing, funi imali ukuze ngikwazi nami ukuthi nkonje imdeni. Ngoze ugcina iphupho liphile sile fe. Bona imvuzo ngebuzo boy kumina senze brand knock on the door is me please. Now boss, move back ubona ukuthi ke nhlose. Hayi, better life is what I'm after. This is my kusasa nokudlala siyaphanda. Mele uphushe ngabibanka. Selibona kusasa selibona kusawuphondela igure. Young boys on a mission of the best wave. Kubesi, awi roba zebangizo, on the right to bangizo, shot bazebangizo, jango break that kepa, daler, funa kuba, the best rap of the year, kumnandi kuba lapho, it's nice to be here, funa konke hosana, come over here, funa lo,
Big moves on the jacuzzi. Rolling with big news, must get a smooth. Harder and harder. I got to push. Got to be smarter like the latest episode. You gotta push us up. You gotta push us up. Yes, Lord. I saw it. You gotta push it slow. You gotta push up. You gotta play for the next time. Hey, you gotta push. You gotta pull. Let's go. You gotta pull. Let's go. Just go. You gotta push. You gotta push. You gotta play. Something. Yes, Lord. Oh, Kosi. Oh, Kosi. Ibambe my select. Ibambe my select. Ibambe my select. Ibambe. Jowangshili kamalama gulipra ilya mnyama mhlophe ngezenzo. Bafowethu ku Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Ku Instagram ulipra the child of God. Ku Facebook ulipra the child of God. Zikhona inkipha zale ngoma engipusha la. Abayidingayo beze kumina bathatha inamba yami. Bafowethu nesingle iphumile ku music all digital platform cela support. I'm the promise the child of God. Yes Lord. Oh,
Give it up, give it up,
this
give it up,
more.
give it up
Thank
for
you.
him. Oh damn. Ngaze ngajabula ukunibona nijabulile. It's nice to be here. Kumnandi ukuba lapha. Imake yena ngazuthi ngala is not make sure. Kumnandi. Why ngathi is not make sure njengala? Onkhathele. Ni right. Kaphela bengizamjova ngento ezonenza ukuthi nithi manithi nikhathele. Okay, we're moving to our next performer right now. Ayikusazoshubha. Ngiyayithanda ke lezo ngena manje ngoba irepresent imbokodo. Bengisayibuza ukuthi iphi imbokodo kanti la. Bengisathi iphi imbokodo. Wathinta abafazi. Wathinta abafazi. Mawuthinta amadoda. Mawuthinta amadoda uthintani. I love that I cannot hear. And ngiyasaba ukuzwa ngoba ngizoqhephuka ngize ngiwe stage. The next performer coming on stage is Pinky Piri. Scream from a gorgeous young woman as she makes her way. Oh, wow. Look at that. Lalela, ufike uhamba ngemoti yakhe. Njengobani. Bonke bafike behamba ngama 10 toes. Sanibonani bomanyaweni. Hayibo.
Voices in my dreams telling me where I should go, saying over here is the way I wanna be. This melody's in me, yes, saying this is who I am. Ngingabayintona ngaphandle kwakho Milo, oh naba bengibuza ngabe uzokwenzani na, yes, ngilapha ngenza indima yami, oh, njengabana onesiphiwo. So I'm saying this is me, so please just let it be. I'm giving you my love, I need your attention. I'm saying this is me, so please, I'm giving you my love. Sanbonani igama lami nguPinky First Lady. Namhlanje ngizocula ingoma yami engisanda kuyirecorda igama layo it's Angikholwa. It's dedicated to all the women out there ababuzwayo, ingane and disabled people. Ngifuna ukusho ukuthi ngale ngoma angeke ukwazi ukuthi ngeke ukwazi ukuphila ngomunye umuntu, uzokwazi ukuphila ngomunye umuntu, just leave. Ngiyabonga. Take it away. Angikholwa ukuthi wena lona, angikholwa ukuthi ungenze njena, ngoba sasithembisene ukuthi soze silahlane. Why, babe, will you do this to me? Why, babe, I thought you loved me. Ngoba sasithembisene ukuthi soze silahlane. Ngiyabona ukuthi awusekho lapho, ngiyabona sengithandana ngedwa, ngoba sasithembisene ukuthi soze silahlane. Ngeke ngizungakhohlwa izithembiso esabanazo, uzungakhohlwa uyohleza unami, wathi uzongishada sakho umndeni, ngoba sasithembisene ukuthi soze silahlane. Cela nenze kanje, ngeke ngiphile ngaphandle kwakho, ulithemba lami, ngeke ngiphile ngaphandle kwakho, ulubambo lwami, besinamaphupho, ngoba sasithembisene ukuthi sofa silahlane. Ngeke ngiphile ngaphandle kwakho, everybody, ulithemba lami, ngeke ngiphile ngaphandle kwakho, ulubambo lwami, besinamaphupho, ngoba sasithembisene ukuthi sofa silahlane. Do 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 do. Everybody clap your hands. Uzungakhohlwa izithembiso esabanazo, uzungakhohlwa uyohleza unami, wathi uzongishada sakho umndeni, ngoba sasithembisene ukuthi sofa silahlane. Everybody, ulithemba lami, ngeke ngeke ngiphile ngaphandle kwakho ulubambo lwami besinamaphupho ngoba sasithembisela ukuthi sofa silahlane ngeke ngiphile ngaphandle kwakho ulithemba lami ngeke ngiphile ngaphandle kwakho ulubambo lwami esinamaphupho ngoba sasithembisela ukuthi sofa silahlane. One more time. Ulubambo lwami ngeke ngiphile ngaphandle kwakho ulubambo lwami besinamaphupho ngoba sasithembisela ukuthi sofa silahlane. Thank you so much.
Oh my. Oh my God. Oh my God. Awu Nkosi yami. Nibonile imbokoti ivula nayo. Sasithembisile ukuthi awu Nkosi yami ngezweni njani? Ngezweni njani? Ukhona othembisene naye kodwa? Ukhona othembisene naye? Utheni? Uthe uzokushada? Imaki. Mangabe umbuka nje, yabo. Uthi nje ukumkala ngamehlo njengamanzi ophuthu. Uyayibona kodwa lento ayisho yenzeka nje. Uyayibona? I love the confidence. Big round of applause, guys. I love the performance. It was beautiful. Well done, Pinky. But we're leaving it all to the judges. We're leaving it all to the judges. And the next performer to come on stage is Prizi Majola. Put your hands together.
Wow, tsigeba njani? Ushaka wesimanje manje inkomo zakhe ngayishiya ishaya amashobe emhlabashana emzumbe eSouth Coast ogunotse ningizimu. Sanibona. Niyaphila. Kwande Fest 2023. Igama lami nguPrizi Majola ngizoperform ingoma yami ekuthiwa iCashman. Njoba sila sonke ngoba sithanda imali ngicela uphakamise isandla sakho njengamanje mothanda imali. Wawuthi kuyoba njani? Igama lengoma iCashman asiculeni. Sisebenza iCashman. iCashman. Moga banemali ungenzani? Ungenzani? Sisebenza iCashman. iCashman. Moga banemali ungenzani? Ungenzani? Sisebenza iCashman. iCashman. Moga banemali ungenzani? Ungenzani? Sisebenza iCashman. iCashman. Moga banemali ungenzani? Lalela. Siqoke siyaconza sesithelekile. Baqhoma ngempahla abazitshelekile. Siphume studio nento ehlelekile singene clubini nento engavumelekile. Sichitha ugoloko ongajwayelekile. Kunabafowethu abaswelekile. Ngeke kusashintsho sekwenzekile. Umama uyishaya isifuba ndoda usebenzi. Kwelami ikasa ngithelelekile. Ngiskima amaraketi athembekile. Njalo mebuye around nanqinise bathi sigcwele uyintwana eqaqekile. Kushiqala masiqalekile. Iphalaphala zibothathekile. Sibadoba ngokotini 40 amaniki imali saphazekile. Siyaphanda sonke kuze singavaleki. Uyisocial lami loqina ngawa ngixeki. Mabanga sixeki. Masibambishisa singabaleki. Uzwile? Asiphandeni sonke kuze singavaleki. Uyisocial lami loqina ngawa ngixeki. Mabanga sixeki. Masibambishisa singabaleki. Asambe. I-cash man. Mongaba nemali ungenzani? Ungenzani? Sisebenza i-cash man. I-cash man. Mongaba nemali ungenzani? Ungenzani? Sisebenza i-cash man. I-cash man. Mongaba nemali ungenzani? Ungenzani? Sisebenza i-cash man. I-cash man. Mongaba nemali ungenzani? Ungenzani? Bek, seyifela ngempilo yobukhazikhazi. Sifuna ubucwebecwebe obunama-ice. Sichitha imali yona drip game. Qhuma ipayipi kube manzi phansi. Suphula phone Maybach black on black akufani nokuphuma kunanoma yiphi trans. Ukuthi rap noma trap akuphunyelelwa ngokuthi uphuma kuliphi ikhasi. Besimbi trench kujula ukugedias. Ipikne for sholo like gang signs. Phansi mjondolo my day ones. Cash on delivery enterprise. Manje ngqongqoza ngesiphongo kikiza ugogatho omakhelwane ngimele bazi. Babe ngitotosa nomkhulu ngizophasa abazongihlabela inkukhu vele ngiyazi. Siyaphanda zonke vele kumavaleki. Isocial lami loqina ngawa ngixeki. Mabanga sixeki. Masibambishisa singabaleki. Uzwini? Asiphanteni sonke ukuze singavaleki. Uyisocial lami loqina ngawa ngixeki. Mabanga sixeki. Masibambishisa singabaleki. Asambe. I-cash man. Mongaba nemali ungenzani? Ungenzani? Sisebenza i-cash man. I-cash man. Mongaba nemali ungenzani? Ungenzani? Sisebenza i-cash man. I-cash man. Mongaba nemali ungenzani? Ungenzani? Sisebenza i-cash man. I-cash man. Mongaba nemali ungenzani? Ungenzani? Cause I want it all. Inkosi Mbusisi igama uPrizi Majolo. Igama lengoma i-cash man ikhona kuma-digital stores.
Yo, yo. Give it up, give it up. How's the performance, guys? How's the performance? Nisa right? It's nice to be here. Kumnandi ukubalapha. Okay, asisha isisheshise ne. It's nice to be here. Kumnandi ukubalapha. Hayi yabo ukuthi nina ke nikwazi ukurapha njengo Pastor Rhymes. Washa. Okay, guys, thank you so much. We're moving on to the next performer, and enyimbokodo le ngenayo ke manje. Yazini into engiyithandayo. Ngithanda ukuthi I'm not the judge. Ngoba bekuzothiwe ngichemile. Yabo? Sizile nje kangajaja lutho bakithi. Bekuzoze kuthiwe ngichemile. All right. Umuntu ongenayo on stage right now, it is Zanele Msomi. Put your hands together, guys. Put your hands together. Put your hands together for the lovely lady walking on stage. Oh, I love her attire. I love how she's dressed.
Sanibona. Sanibona. Igama uZanele Msomi, but I go by the name of Aida, which is my stage name and also my middle name. That means the one who's returning. And I hope the one who's returning has something to say that you'd listen to. Thank you. Woo! I don't know, no, no, no. No, 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 no. You think you're too damn strong for me. You're too damn wrong for me. You even reeking alcohol. You wanna mess things up. You wanna pee in a cup. You're a very angry little girl. You say it's all my fault that I never protect you. I always neglect you. Oh, forgetting I am you, and while we've been through this, nothing we could have done. When your demons become friends, it's not so divine. The elephants in my home getting fatter now. I want to heal you so you can free me. Bear with me, oh please bear with me. Now I want you to listen. I'm doing the healing for you so I can be free. I feel my energy shifting, my sacred release, and all the traumas intentional. I know you're feeling naked, little violet, baby. Always wanna hide yourself. This world is crazy, Jordan Reggae said it, but I've got you from now. When your demons become friends, it's not so divine. The elephants in my home getting better now. I want to heal you so you can free me. Bear with me, oh please bear with me. Oh, oh please bear with me. Oh bear with me, bear with me, bear with me. Oh, when your demons become friends, it's not so divine. The elephants in my home getting better now. I want to heal you so you can free me. Bear with me, oh please bear with me. When your demons become friends, it's not so divine. The elephants in my home getting better now. I want to heal you so you can free me. Bear with me, oh bear with me. Oh bear with me. Gazbongel, thank you.
Zanele, please come back on stage. Chakalaka, madoda. Okay, there's a request
Okay,
from the judges.
I'm listening.
They would like you to do an a cappella.
An a cappella.
Can you do it for us?
Of course.
Lalela.
I took you by surprise. You looked me in my eyes. Yes. I got you mesmerized. Oh, darling. I got you mesmerized. But you don't know much about me. You just like what your eyes see. There's not much to love about me. There's not much to love about me. I took you by surprise. I got you realizing that feelings come to pass. Maybe you should stabilize this. Maybe think beyond your lust and how my dress tightens in all the right places. Look me in my eyes. Whew. Thank you.
Okay, okay, okay. I can see that you guys are excited. Should we call it a day? You want more? Are you sure you want more? Are you sure you're ready for what's coming? All right, just a reminder, this is proudly powered by Old Mutual as well as Igumisa. Give them a round of applause again. Basazonipha imali. Basazonipha lapha ezinye izinto ezimnandi. Angifuni ukuspoil ifani, ngisazontshela. Ngisazontshela. Are you guys ready for what's coming on stage? Ngicela nimemeze, ngiyabuya. Hawu ukumemeza lokho? I so wish there was a competition for screaming. I so wish there was a competition for screaming. Put your hands together for Zilingile. Nomia, as she makes her way on stage, put your hands together. Simamgele khona la stage, guys. I want you to support her. Impokotole. Impokotole.
Asamba, samba, 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 sambe. Sanmonane. Igama lami nguZilungile Sibongo wakamNomia. Yebo. Asingaqala. Asamba, samba, 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 samba. Oza. Yebuke. 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 Samba, 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 samba. Woza. Angisemhle ngisababi yimilo nomungibheka uyabona yimilo thana nokunuka kamnandi papa uyangizwe ngibona uyangifila Angisemhle ngisababi yimilo nomungibheka uyabona yimilo thana nokunuka kamnandi papa uyangizwe ngibona uyangifila Woza, eza, gimme, kelo, 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 gimme. Gimme, kilo, gimme, kilo. Amule, mangatini, noma mangatini. Wamhle, wamhle. Samba, 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 samba. Yeah! Angisemhle ngisababi yimilo nomungibheka uyabona yimilo thana nokunuka kamnandi papa uyangizwe ngibona uya ayibo Angisemhle ngisababi yimilo nomungibheka uyabona imilo thana nokunuka kamnandi papa uyangizwe ngibona uyafila asambe poza yimi kelo yimi kelo yimi kelo yimi kelo yimi kelo dim 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 dim kelo yim kelo Esho Asamba samba 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 Hayera Hayebo Asam Hayebo Asam Hayebo Kabonga Nyawonga
How DJ? Just a bang phone me nang dance. It's okay. It's okay. It's fine. You been done their performance. Man, have you always knew the lyrics of this song as they are? Buhlezi wazi la lyrics njengoba benjalo. Okay. Ngithanda lo one no. Cela uze lawe no. How wozalana no? Yini manje wozala? Wozala? Obengawazi nje the way it is la lyrics lawo. Yes. Okay. Ngifuna ungitshela ukuthi wena ubuhlezi uzwani mangabe ingoma ikhala.
Ansapopi, ansapopi. Lo. Uyanibona ndiyaflexa. Na 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 marindangari fafagara nchangana maran pigangana ninara minara ritata. Himelo.
Was it that bad? Kwinta yezwa. You know, you get what I'm saying? Okay, I'm gonna tell you, but I'm gonna tell you. Khona le part la kuthiwani yimkelo angithi. Yimkelo. Yeah, uthi wena kuthiwani? Manaki, kuthiwani? Kuthiwe angisemhle angisababi. Right. Mina ngifuna ukunitshela ke ukuthi ngangizwani. Ngintshele. Ukuthi angifuni inhleka into soke inhleke kakhulu. Into soke inhleke kakhulu. Lalela. All right, ngiyabuya ne. Ama judges ethu ayabuya and we've got one last item to go. Ikhona artist yethu angithi? Are they ready? Are they ready? Is our next artist ready? Ganga utolu yes. Is undaweni ready? Okay. So I guess now besayifuna hayibo uba manje lokhu ready. Ngingaze ngiphaphe ngithi yimi. Aw, bafane bayilokho nje ingoma ne? All right guys. So siyazi laphana ke ukuthi ubhuti uSibu uyasibalela. And then we want to see ukuthi how has our artist performed. There are prizes that are going to be won. And we have number 1, number 2, as well as number 3. Who do you think will take the third prize? It's going to be number 3. Ngokweni. Nifuna ukuzama prize ikala. How? But you can tell ukuthi hayi uperforme kanjena. Nifuna ukuthi babone baqede. Imbokodo. How? Manje nithini ngama-gents? Listen, athi ngintshele kancane. So I remember back in high school, ne? Kwakune competition eyayikhona yokwenza into eziningi, kusinwa, kuculwa, kwenziwa yonke into, ne? So isikole sethu ke went for the competition as well. Yey, ayikho into esingayenzanga. So sahlulwa yonke leminye iminyaka, ne? Sihlezi sihlulwa. Singatholanga ngisho into eyodwa, number 3, singathola lutho, sihlezi nje. And they came this year. We said to ourselves, no, yazini, ayingeke bafethu thina silike sihlulwe ezinye izikole, yabo? This year, which was that year at the time, sathi ayingekho into esizobuya nayo. Yey asipholishanga kanje sapractice imbongi yonke into on point. Even ukugqoka sathi yazini iuniform because kwaculwa ngeuniform, kwenziwa yonke into on your school uniform. Yey isiperform esiqede ne. Kubizwe izinto zonke kuthiwa ibizo lesikole sesithembele imbongi ke at least imbongi yethu ke did wonders ne sesithi hayi imbongi yethu at least izosibuyela nokugodwa hey kuvene kushiwe esinye isikole hey kwakuthi yabona angiyazi into eyenzeka lapho kwakuthi asikhala inyembezi. Couple weeks down the line neyidlulile competition sesiyilile ayibasihetha uyacabanga ukuthi ufike ukuthi nje uzobukisa on stage uvale nje uhambe nje empty handed. But at least sasibaningi as a school. So we go, weeks go by. Sesiyathola ke mangabe phela seyixoxa indaba. Kahle what happened? Where did we go wrong? Kuthiwa nje isikole sela sikhokhanga registration fee yokungena kwi competition. Lalela yila ngiyakhona njena ukuthi are you guys trying to sell ama gents abe ama extra money to win imbokodo? Okay, our judges are back. We've got one last artist to go on stage, and then we will go to our results way to Oguti Enze Kanjan. I can see my ladies ready in green. Can you put your hands together for Nogutulanda Weni? Oh, look at that. Imbokodo. Hallelujah. 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 Jesus. Amen. Igama lami nguNokuthula wakamndaweni. I'm a gospel artist and ngihlala ngokuhlalela Monville. I hope you'll be blessed by this song. You gave me my hand to reach out to man, to show him your love and your perfect play. You gave me my ear. I can hear your voice so clear. Oh, hear the cries of sinners, but then wipe away the tears. Oh, Lord, I'm available to you. Oh, my will I give to you. I do what you say to. Use me, Lord, to show someone the way, and you able me to say, hey, hey, my storage is empty, and I am available. I surrender. Oh, yeah, I surrender. Oh, and home and all to thee, my blessed Savior. I surrender. Oh, I surrender all. I surrender. I surrender. Oh, yeah. I surrender. Oh, 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 home to thee, my blessed Savior. Oh, I surrender. Lord, I surrender all. I surrender all. I surrender. I surrender. Oh, amen.
Hallelujah! Hayibo siyambona uJesus yini? Niyamuzwa uJesus la engakhona. Kodwa kona niyaye enkonzweni nje bangani bami. Siyasonta nje. Noma nje simkhonza enhlizweni. Amen. I know some of you guys are the type abathi sahamba esontweni asishiyanga uNkulunkulu. Yilokho ke ngijayele ukuzwa kulabangani abayinqenelayo Nkosi yami ke enkonzweni. Bavane bathi sashiya isonto not uNkulunkulu. All right. Now we're coming to the most type of moment. I moment le ezothusa abaningi. Nkosi yami, yini engathi ufuna ukushumayela nje? Yini engathi ufuna ukushumayela nje? Hayi bavuka abafundisi abancane. Awuyinceku zenkosi. Nampo mama umfundisi bo. You know, ngibona amajita la engathi uJesus nje abamboni. Animboni uJesus. Yini engathi uJesus, no wonder ninosuku lo mama bomthandazo bengenalo. Oh, bathi uThixo usenhlizweni. Okay, are our judges ready? Are our judges ready or they are still... Basasha intosa, ha! See where they are done. That's it, they are done. Okay, nansi into engifuna ukunenzela yona. Umuntu ophume number 3. They are going to be getting a recording with ikumisa. They will record a single, ikumisa, and they will also receive a cash prize, eqhamuka kwa Old Mutual, worth 500 rands. That's for number 3. And when it comes to the prize, izongena kwi-account yakho yakwa Old Mutual. Okay. Do you guys bank with Old Mutual? From today onwards. Okay. If you don't, it's okay. If uwinile, bazoyifaka lapho, they'll create an account for you. Okay. So, ungazuyilindele laphaya. Khona ba blue, khona ba green, khona ba bovu. Beza ka Old Mutual. Okay. And let's look at the other thing that they will receive. It is a hamper that comes from Old Mutual. A big round of applause for number 3. Singakamazi. Usuzoba umngani no number 3. Usoyikhokhela irent yakamastende. Usukhokhela irent yamastende. Cha phela uzomcela kulona njena. Okay. So let's look at number 2. Number 2 is going to receive a recording with ikumisa as well. They will get a single, yabo, and a hamper from Old Mutual, as well as 1,000 rands worth of cash. Let's look at number 1. Number 1 wethu is also going to be getting a single that will be recorded with ikumisa, but this time it will be mixed and mastered for them. Angithi nje number 2 no number 3, it's just a single. But number 1, bazokmixela, baphinde futhi bakumasterishele. Now you need to understand, ingoma engamixiwe imasterishwa ingene emsakazweni. You see, uyayibona ke advantage yakho. The other thing, they will be receiving a cash prize worth of 2,000 rands. That's for number 1. I just want to inquire if the judges have handed over impumela. Okay, can my artist please come on stage? Welcome my artist stage. I think I'll need somebody who's going to assist me with the pinky. Okay, it's okay guys. You can stand here. Welcome my artist wa ngicela azoma la. Phambi kwamajaji. baze barelaxa uyabona ukuthi nje iy'nkalakatha zegame amaghosti lawo arelaxile akekho othukile la akekho saba omunye uyazazi unumber 1 uyazazi unumber 1 la uyazazi unumber 1 uyazazi unumber 1 nina niyamazi ngathi nizovele nithi ziyamazi umelosi ziyamazi ubaba wazi hayi man anifanele ngishaye ikhwaya man anifanele ngishaye ikhwaya man okay so there are some notes that will be coming from our judges for you guys. There are some notes that will be coming for you guys. Namangazi nje, ngizwe ngento nje ithi ba. Hayi bo man. Bazo. Umntaqo. Hayi ba Deb. Okay. So, sisalindile lapha khona izinto ezizayo eqhamuka kuma judges wethu. I'm not sure whether they are ready. Asazi noma sebe ready. Asazi noma sebe ready. Angizwanga. Ogogo abafani. Ngifisa ukwazi ukuthi ke bahamba muphi ugogo. So bona njengamanje ukuthi ugogo walo ustrong kunomunye. Bathi dali wena ungihambela umaweni. Okay.
We're almost done.
Okay.
We're almost done.
Okay, so the judges are just wrapping up.
So maybe let me just come in quickly. Guys, sanbonan. Ninja. Okuhlekisayo ukuthi ibona loud. You guys are less loud and stuff like that. This is about you. What's happening? What's happening, y'all? All right, no, guys, thank you so much. I think on behalf of the judges, my fellow judges, you guys gave us some great entertainment as well, because while we work, we enjoy the leisure of also having fun by being entertained. So thank you for all of y'all. So while our auditor to the left is busy tallying ama-scores ethu sisonke, I'm sure been preview ukuthi which criteria, which are the things that we are looking at when you guys come in. So basically, Zoo 12 is in the bese book. And I'm of the belief, and guys, you can correct me, preview. Everyone was briefed. Everyone was briefed. Okay. So we're told Uguti, you guys were briefed. Uguti Sonbuga on the introduction and song title. We're going to look at you from the perspective of stage presentation and audience interaction. We're told to look at you guys from a costume appropriateness, because remember, we are artists. So we got to show up and show out. Yeah. We're told to look and listen out for the message or the theme of the song, the relevance of style, the use of your stage, and how appropriate it is, and basically just how you move the crowd. And I saw some people jumping from the stage to the crowd, so we're looking at all those things. Vocal projection, so that we can hear everything that you are saying. Audibility, in other words, clarity of words. Do we really hear what you're saying? Music structure and arrangement, I think mostly for the original music. The clean start and a clean ending of the song. Originality. And lastly, creativity. So it's very difficult, and I have to also put this out. Ngoba seyiqala le nto ukuthi we are now judging a mix of music genres, and they each have their own dynamics. And it's never a simple thing to do. So whatever scoring was given must not really reflect or maybe represent a reflection of you doing badly. It's just that we need to find the best of the best out of the situation as much as possible. And I also want you guys to know, which as much as sihleli la, we are not caucusing. So akunamuntu okhuluma nomunye asicebisana ukuthi hayi siyamthanda lo. It's just literally each one individually looking at all these 12 criterias and thinking, how do they translate to me? So I think it's very important to say that. Then we also had a few notes as well that we were writing on the side, just to see if there's anything that we could actually say that will help improve what it is that you were doing on this particular stage. Because it's not just about the prize, but it's also about the long-term, journey of your music career, where you go. So ungahambi la ushayekile or whatever, siyasizana, siyakhulisana, and we are just really developing each other. So the first thing that I want to note, and perhaps my fellow judges will also come in and note anything that I didn't note, but this is something that I picked up. Uguti, one, it's important when you come on stage that you give us something. Most times we didn't know Uguti was the song title. And that's a concern, we don't know what you're giving us. Entertain us, engage us. I need to feel you piercing through me. Don't perform just to finish the song, but perform to actually incite something in me. Say something, make me believe what you're saying. You sure even if you come mank. And if I don't particularly align with your music genre, but tell me why I should, if you know what I mean. For instance, Toluguti Mina, I'm probably Muslim, but you got me saying hallelujah. Things like that. So it's literally about reading the room and saying, okay, oh babala, let me give them something. Let me give them something. Let me make them know I've got something. And then again, when you're on stage, you're already performing. So how you look, what you dress, help us see you, help us speak to us. Introduce There's many other dynamics that will speak to those who are actually performing, who are singing vocals, breath exercises. Warm up your voices. Let's see things like that. And then for those that do music that's not originally theirs, remember they have original owners of that music. Tell us why we should like your version more than theirs. Give us something there. So for me, because otherwise you guys were all great, but these are just some of the tips that I felt were important to just push forward. And with that said, I think I'm going to start maybe ngonjomani bese ngiqedela ngoBabu Kanyile, and I add the Owaki because he's got now some space and experience of where he comes from that I'm sure he can impart some wisdom. Njoman.
Siyabonga baba Mnyameni. Ngisho ukuthi le mic iphuma in the perfume. No, I think ngicela ishayele ihlombe, nibashayele ihlombe. So no. Ukuba se stage support us. Ukuba se stage akuyona into elula, take umuntu brave no preparation ukuthi akwazi ukuba se stage. So yikho ngithi abanishayele ihlombe. Thanks for that. I think Nyameni se cover a lot of things, but engakusho okunye. One, be careful in the beat, sound versus the voice. So technicality, because sometimes angithi uzocula uzosinikeza message ethi manje fanele sizwe. And uthola ukuthi most of the time i-beat bivala i-voice, then bese gcina seku upstageka i-message le befana bese ayizwa. So be careful when you do i-sound, nenze checking, those are the things. So fanele nje ngampela wenze sound check, ube careful ngayo ukuthi kubalance kahle yini. Well, at least i-mic yakhe ibe little bit, i-voice yakhe ibe little bit above, ucomplimentane ngoba i-sound isuke izocomplimenta i-voice yakho. So for me that's an important thing nginothile. Bese kuza kwi-costume, I'm happy to see some of you babe appropriate to i-genre. Like marketile mfowethu wathi ufuna sithenge i-costume yakho. Kubalulekile, you need to be unique. Ungamane uze a stage i-competition le angithi. So when you come to compete, iba unique, iba when iza nento yakho. Ungafani ukuthi ngathatha nombani ohleli lapha ngithi naye akeze ungabikho umehluko. So fanele mawula lapha bona ukuthi no, you came for the day, you came prepared in terms of costume, and because i-brand le also i-market also establish uzo i-market kuthina as i-brand, ngizobonakala kanje, ngithanda ukubonakala kanje going forward. So take care of that part and then it will take care of you. Bese kuba ilento kuba creative. I think unyameni beseyikhavile. Most of the guys who were doing ngithi nibiza nge-hip hop. Yeah. Yeah. Who were doing hip hop. Musani uko imitate noma ukopela abanye abantu because ufuna ukuba unique. Ma we hip hop artists asemlazi akubonakala ukuthi yazi akhona amanye bakhona ozakhe bakhona obani, but this one has arrived. So iba ne-unique spice sakho, i-unique selling point yakho. Ngoba uya kwi-competitive industry, no compete nabanye bakhona vese aba-establish. Yini oza nayo wena ufika nayo entsha e-unique. And there are a lot of things you can come up with. I always say this, mangikhuluma nama-artists ukuthi awukwazi ukuthi uhlale emsinga wena ufuna ukucula into ecula abantu baseThekwini. Ngo bakhona uya losing i-audience yakho ne-market yakho. Kanti uma uqhamuka nento yasemsinga e-unique yasemsinga uzoba ne-audience nabantu abazothenga umusic wakho basemsinga ngoba une-identity yakhona. So same applies. Umqhamuka emlazi, there are a lot of sections. Wamash, a lot of sections. Yini e-unique ufuna uqhamuka nayo ezokwenza ukuthi uma kwi-market noma ngafika nombani waphesheya, but uma ufika wena you've got your own market and a unique. So come up with your own style, with your own music, their own songs. Ungathi hayi ngoba ngezwe omunye ecula kanje namothi ngidlale kwi-style sakhe sesenziwe nje manje uyoyifaka kwi-dead end. So I think the last point bekuyile ukuthi I'm not sure ngiyacabanga ukuthi ngoba niprefer ukuthi benize kwi-competition and you are on stage indawo edemarcatiwe ukuthi you are there nizoba se-stage inama-lights na everything nabantu abashuthayo, it's there. Now uma usuphuma e-stage, the moment you exit the-stage siphelile competition. So kusho uma usuzo-engage ne-audience so laphana, because technically there are no lights that are there following you. Kulungile lokho kwenza uma ngabe kuyi-live performance ozinsela wena kwi-concert and everything, but here we are competing and wanikeza ukuthi nayi demarcated areas of compete kuyona. So the moment we exit the stage, that means it's over. So be careful about that thing when you go to my competition. Maybe those are my last few notes.
Thank you. I want to bang abinihlobo namaningizame no more. Okay, now I'll pass it on to Ubabu Kanyel as well, but I just, after a perfume, I just noticed that someone actually kissed this microphone. It's got lipstick in it. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. I think my colleagues or co-adjudicators have covered the most. But for me, there are a few things. I'm not going to repeat what they've said. Each time we pick up that when you sing, Remember, you are accompanied by instrument, but there must be some kind of balance, which is more important that you need to pay attention on. The balancing between your voice and the instrument. You must ask yourself if someone can switch off the instrument, what is going to happen with your voice? That's more important, which talks to the balance. Number two, it's phrasing, which talks to the sound. Sometimes some of you, they're becoming too loud into an extent that you lose the message or the meaning of the song. Remember, when you sing, you need to consider the dynamics in your song, understand, you need to understand the content of the song, what is it talking about? Then again, that will talk to your facial expression. Your facial expression should talk to the message of the song. You cannot sing a religious song, but your facial expression shows that you are aggressive. You want to go and bulldoze some buildings. Do you understand? So those are the things that I picked up, that I can say to you, please go and look on those things, work on it. Other than that, I was so impressed, like my co-adjudicators stated. You guys, you are wonderful. You are going somewhere else. Yes, most of the thing that I can encourage you to do, continue with practice. They said practice makes perfect. Ask others to listen to you. Think about your song that you're going to perform, and all those things. Practice until you'll get there. This is your business. Thank you very much, and all the best.
So what's going to happen now is we've got the tally. Someone is going to slip you an audited tally of who our top three is, starting from number 3, 2, and finally number 1. And we will ask that you announce the winners for us, if that is fine. And I'm not sure if Ubaba will come up as our main sponsor, because the money, by the way, I don't think we are saying this enough. The prize money is coming courtesy of Old Mutual. So you need to understand that, use their products, and let's also find ways of understanding what they do and how they can help our industry so that we can also have social security. So things like this, mele siyicabanga. But uzofika ubaba after that, mese announce him kanjani, and he'll hand over the hampers and obviously the prize, and then we take it from there. And maybe he might want to, he might not want to address us further from an Old Mutual perspective, but let's see how this goes. So, and then after that, we can take it from there. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, George. Just a big round of applause for them, guys. They spoke well, and what I love is they did not kill you, but they built you. Hey? Kuthiwe amazwi ayalimaza. There are people who say, mina ungamane ungishaya kunokuthi ungilimaze ngamazwi. Amazwi stay forever. Isibhaxo ntambo uzongishaya kuphele. You get what I'm saying? So I love that they gave some very good advice to all of you guys. And if you did not win today, it's not the end of your career. It's just a stepping stone for you to other greater things, okay? At the end of the day, in a competition, somebody has to win, somebody has to lose. Tough luck, all right? So, I guess siyalunga laphana impumela ukuthi kuhambe kanjani. And what I love is that samba kahle ngesikhathi, samba ngoline. Samba ngoline. All right, yeah. We're coming towards endaba ke eshisa kakhulu. Sis Noma is walking on stage. And yes, drum rolls, drum rolls. Alrighty. All right. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Are my potential winners ready? Are you guys ready? I don't feel the energy from you guys. Are you ready? Whoa! Angena my prize stage. And Zelena my prize. Oh yes! Oh! Yimari! Yimari! How about to see you, Shabe, too? Ay, bengilindele leyo phathi uthi nizothini. Bengithi nizogeja. Okay. I love you guys. Okay. Our number 3 for this Rising Stars competition, powered by Old Mutual, in partnership with Kumisa, for the Kwande Fest 2023, goes to Ngobi Ngobo! Well done, Ngobi. You are the winner who took the 3rd place, and this is what they saw in you. You were well deserving. Guys, ladies and gents, he gets an Old Mutual money account that comes with 500 rands. Our camera guys, our cameraman, okay. Send back Captain Shield. Send back Captain Shield. Okay, I'm looking for my camera gent. Who's my cameraman who will be capturing the picture? Siyadinga phela kuthiwa ixoxa ngeyithombe. Kuthiwa ixoxa ngeyithombe. Emshutheni Nkosi yami. Kuthiwe le mini yeza nakuwe. Nakuwe. Okay, so our camera gent is coming and uzoyibamba uzoyithi nje uzocaptureisha le moment that has happened empilweni. Lalela ngiyayisaba into asayoyitrenda. Ngiyayisaba into asayoyitrenda. Location. Sikephi? Yikephi la? Kwande Fest, guys. Sibonke kakhulu. We're giving you your moment. Asifuna ukumphazamisa. Sifuna ukuthi spotlight asithathe yedwa. All right. Our 2nd position, as judged by our judges at the Kwande Fest 2023, goes to Naguthula Mdaweni Imbokodo. Yangena Imbokodo stage. She walks with an Old Mutual money account ehamba no 1,000 rand. Uzothola i-recording kwikumisa and a hamper, of course. Gazikhonani kulezi khwama. Gazikhonani kulezi khwama. Hallelujah. Awubathi khona uJesus. Hayi le nkonzo ngiyayithanda siyibambela ngaphakathi. Ubani number 1 man bag? Ubani number 1? Ubani? Uphu number 1 akimboni. Hayibo, ubani? Okay, yilo ngithawu number 2. Akushongo mina. Mina ngithunyiwe. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Lalela, 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 lalela. Amajaji ethu ayawazi umsebenzi. Ama-judges ethu ayawazi umsebenzi. Andlalile, angithi. Andlalelile ama-judges. Let's look at number one. The person who has taken number one. Bathi wena you are our number one. Bathi wena number one. Bathi wena number one. Drum rolls. Drum rolls. And the winner for the Rising Stars competition is Pinky Piri. Oh yeah, Dimbogoto. Yeah, Dimbogoto. Yeah, Dimbogoto. Bathi wenu number one. Bathi wenu number one. Congratulations, Pinky Piri. Congratulations, Nogutula Mtaweni. Congratulations, Mngobi Ngobo. If we look at number one way too, she's walking away with an Old Mutual money account that has got 2,000 rands, a hamper from Old Mutual, a single recording with Kumisa that is mixed and mastered. Wazwa muhlu number one. Wazwa muhlu number one. Nithi? Imbakoti namandla. Tiwa womandla. Oh, definitely, definitely. Everybody is a winner. Everybody is a winner. It's how you look at it. It's how you look at life. All right. So congratulations to all our winners. Kumele nje ngibe umngani wabo. Khona nami bezongizama. You know, nami bezongizama. Okay. So I love the fact that there are some pictures that are taken. Okay, so guys, we will be moving to our next. We'll be moving to the next session right now. And the first thing that I want to do is I want to thank my judges. I would love to thank all our judges. I would love to thank Usbusiso as well. He tallied Impumela, Ngendlela, Angithi. 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 Imani, imani, imani. Nifuna ukuthini kimi? Phela ubaba omhlongo la. Ubaba mnyawenu la. Ubaba khanyile la. Nifuna ukuthini? Angizwanga. All right, guys. Thank you so much to my judges. Thank you so much to Old Mutual for powering this competition. Thank you so much to Kumisa. Ningahamba laphana and find out all the information about Kumisa. You have to be registered with them and find out more information. Again, intokazi yakamkhize iyona ezokulekelela with everything. We're now moving to the last part of today. And this last part that we're moving to, we're going to be having a learning workshop. And this is where you get to understand when it comes to copyrights, all right? So it is a copyrights workshop as a Wenzega, Jengamanje. You guys will be making your way to room 1 once again, and this session will be powered by Igumisa, and the facilitator is Mr. Tando Nyameni. All right, so Tando Nyameni will be facilitating that with you guys. He was one of the judges He understands this industry very well, and you need to understand ama-copyrights wakho. Ungabuye usuthi wena uyabhukwa, uyacula, kodwa bakurholele 30%. Okay, so you can make your way to room 1, and Mr. Nyaweni will be there to assist you guys. Thank you for being the best audience that you are. DJ!
All right. Room 1.
The disappointment to those who didn't win. But look, guys, it's been a very interesting ride. I feel for me particularly, the fact that we were all here, that we all had to meet. Please push the door. There we go. So the fact that we all got to meet and possibly met other people that we didn't know coming here, there's a very good chance that we might go out there and make a difference, because that's what we want to do. So we are here to talk about the Copyright Amendment Bill, and because these are public hearings in the government tomorrow, and they have to do with everything that has to do with you. Now, before we even start, I'm going to try and keep this thing as simple as I possibly can, so that we understand it and that we grasp it from an elementary level, so that you can actually understand where you fit into the space. But I need your interaction, and I need us to conversate. I need us to have a little conversation. Is that okay? So when's the lock? Right. So for me to do that, just by show of hands, we're not going to do, but just show of hands, who here is a singer or a musician? Just show of hands. Okay, great. Perfect. By show of hands, who is a songwriter? Someone who writes song or even writes to be copyrighted. Okay, good. All right, perfect. And then lastly, who here is a performer? Just a performer, irrespective. All right. So, if Nyacheka, while we may have raised our hands in different aspects of my questioning, but you do realize that you are either a musician, you are either a songwriter. And a songwriter, by the way, guys, is not only a person who writes music, it's a person who also composes music from an instrument perspective. Also, talking authors, people who write. It could be, guys, poetry. Do we have any poets up in here? There we go. Could be comedy. Do we have any comedians up in here? Well, I guess I'm the comedian because I asked and y'all laughed. No, that's all good. Look, the point is, how do you make sure that your work is protected, right? Because this is what this here gathering is all about, because there are issues out there with people's work not being protected. And let me make you understand, while we're talking about your work being protected, you also need to consider someone else's work protected, which means you can't just use it willy-nilly for free without asking permission. I mean, that would make you angry, right? If someone just took your work without, 1, asking permission, 2, without crediting you, 3, without even compensating you. That would piss me off, right? It's happened many times before, and it's a serious business, and I'm going to give you some examples. we've got, there was a lady who released an album around 2001, 2002 from America. Her name was Truth Hurts. And she wrote a song called Addictive. And she was signed by a record label called Aftermath, where Eminem is signed today. And when that song came out, it was different. They were experimenting with different sounds. And those different sounds were beautiful. Like, it was a huge risk because she's an opera singer originally, who's now just transitioned to being an R&B singer and is signed by a hip-hop record label that understands hip-hop. And this hip-hop label is saying, let's release your first single, but let's add some Indian sounds into it. So already you've got so many different elements. You got opera, you got R&B, you got hip-hop, and you've got some traditional Indian music in that one song. So it was a huge risk. But a risk that paid off, because that song became a #1 hit song in those times. It became a big song. It made her name move from unknown to very well known and loved and celebrated, right? Yeah. But here's the painful thing about it. Whoever was responsible for asking permission to use that Indian sample, remember the song isn't about that, but that sound shifted. Even if they used about 5-10 seconds of that traditional Indian snippet, the Bollywood sound, right? Just that alone. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. And unfortunately, that became the signature of the entire song. Truth Hurts. I want to give it to you because it's a beautiful song. If you'll indulge me. Oh, there we are. Some of y'all are exposing their ages by going, yeah, I knew that. What? That's my chance. That's the only part of the song that they used from that Indian snippet. Ne? My understanding, and I could be corrected, but from my research, that was a Bollywood song released earlier, probably in the 1970s. That sound that they liked and they sampled. They even admitted that they didn't even know what it means, but it just sounded provocative, sounded nice. So they used it on the song, but someone forgot to ask permission. So, long story short, because I don't want to be talking out of 10, it's always good to just make sense. Truth hurts, copyright. Sometimes you just write these words and see what comes up. I just put truth hurts and copyright. Let's see what comes up. Okay, I'm getting other things. Addictive, add the name of the song. Aha. Okay, I'll just read one title. Now, that little snippet that you guys heard was just a little part of the song, because that song has a full verse, it has a full chorus, it has a full composition in terms of beats and instruments that are playing behind it that are not necessarily tied to that little Indian snippet, but that becomes the melody of the song, becomes the signature of the song. So when I type it up on Google, this is what comes up. Truth Hurts, Addictive. Available 19 years after infamous $500 million lawsuit because of copyright infringement. So, what that means is they were charged $500 million. They were sued for $500 million for the use of that small snippet. And it might be that maybe when they released that song in their country, in their space, in their time, in the 70s, it wasn't that big. It didn't make that much money. I don't know. Maybe it didn't. But the bottom line is it was theirs to begin with. Right? So they take these things very seriously. So that's why copyright. So I've got a question. Sanjay, there's a public hearing that's happening. And this public hearing talks about umsebenzi wenu, whether you are a writer or you are a performer. And umbuzo wami, and I'm not going to drag this workshop because we're just going to touch on a few things that are in this bill pertain to you, because trust you me, this could be you, but are the laws that we have good enough to make you sue somebody for 500 million? That's the question. Should Utando Nyameni feel that he wants to use your work without your permission, without crediting you, and without even compensating you? Do you have a law that works best, that can protect you? Nomanje, sohlangana phambili, I'll be that guy who says, sue me, let's see what happens. Because I probably have more money than you at that particular time and space that you have, more connections than you. So, so we can all understand the importance of copyright, because copyright bafethu is land. That's our power. Someone went as far as to even say it is the basic unit of trade for the entire creative sector, because for us to sing anything, perform anything, it needs to be conceptualized and written down first. It needs to be some form, it needs to be in some form of existence, which means it becomes property, but not tangible property, intellectual property, because you can't touch it. It's not solid. You can't touch the words, but you can read them because they're there. Somebody wrote that. So how do you protect that? Because many issues we have in this industry are copyright-related issues. And I'm going to be very bold about things that are in the public domain. Because bebanga indaba ze copyright. We had Destruction Boys fighting with Umampinja, may he rest in peace, about Uololo, the fact that they actually made that beat, saying that we didn't get anything for our contribution. Maybe it was a misunderstanding. Maybe they didn't understand the whole copyright thing. Maybe it was just lack of knowledge. Because let me tell you right now, if you and I write a song together, and then Gigbees, or maybe when you are just a composer, and I invite you to give me your beats, and I pay you 5,000 rands for it, and then I go, because I paid it, that means it's mine, right? So I go to the studio, I record my vocals on that song, I go to Samro, who, by the way, based on your copyright and what your share is of that copyright, they will pay you your share every time the song is played on radio. But because I bought that beat, ngo 5,000 rand, sengiyahamba mina ngiyoyifaka, ngiyonotifya iculo, and 100% copyright owami. Is that fair? Yes, I did pay for that beat. But is it no longer yours now that I paid for it from you and I'm using it and ngibhala 100%? Is that fair? Okay, all right. It's fair. Okay, show of hands, who says it's fair? Right. Show of hands, who says it's not fair? Okay, so we've got into a simple. And then we get on with the Copyright Amendment Bill. Let's just say, for interest's sake, ne? I pay you to make a beat, and you make killer beats. And I pay you 5K. I take that beat, I take it to the studio, I record my vocals. It's mine, it's fair. So I go to Samro, I say, look, I'm the composer, I'm the author. I own 100% of this copyright, this song. Because I paid you for it. I didn't steal it, right? I take it out there, I release the song. Before you know it, song hits is played by every radio station in the country and abroad, is now making its rounds not only on the music realm, but also on the film realm, where it's booked through film scoring, right? And now television adverts are saying, hey, whoa, we want a little bit of that synchronization license. We want to license that song for our television advert. I'm getting all this money. I'm getting millions and millions and millions, or at least, yeah, hundreds and hundreds of thousands. And then your friends be like, wait a minute, isn't that your beat? Man, you must be living large right now. And your family will be like, ooh, nice beat mtanam leyan. Inganyam. So yeah, sure, inganyam. But nangu umjitu yaphila yedwa. Ingane yami nje yona isabambelele kulo 5,000 waphela nje on the first week 2 years ago when the beat was bought, because the song can hit and hit and hit at different levels. Someone might creep up, a Beyonce, a Jay-Z might come up and say, I like that beat, I actually want to sample that beat. And then millions and millions and millions. Lapo, they're not sampling my words in the song, but they're sampling your work that I paid you 5,000 Rand for. I'm not even part of it anymore. So wena nje wethu. And then nangu market, ngathi umntanami nje manje sezwakala ngale. Hawu phesheya eAmerica. Iphi imali? Ngoba abantu abadala basi. But they can see that this song is making. So, again, I'm asking the fairness aspect of it.
I think still it's fair.
Okay, explain. You still think it's fair? Go ahead.
So I think it's at a point of X and Y agreeing upon whatever share that is supposed to be taken from them.
Right.
It's a matter of, for example, if we take it to the basics, you sell me a cow, right? Now the cow is now mine. What I choose to do with that cow now is now no longer your concern. Because now let's say that same beat, I buy it or you buy it for 5,000 from me. And then with whatever that you do with the beat, instead of making money, let's say you make a loss. Now in that loss, am I going to claim that now that you've made a loss, it's also part of my loss? I wouldn't say that. Now if it was bread, for example, I buy bread from Usasko.
Right.
We have an agreement, I'm going to pay you 5 Rand Sasko. Now the bread is mine. I choose to do whatever I want with the bread. And my sandwiches, and I sell them for 5,000
Right.
At some hotel. Now Usasko is going to come back and be like, no, but that slice of bread. So we want more now because you just paid us 5 Rand and now you're making 5,000 Rand.
Right.
I think that it becomes a thing of the one. But both parties need to be educated as to how far can this thing go. You understand?
Right.
If you still want to earn beyond that point of sale, and you can see now which is this thing can reap more, then it should be more of having shares in that rather than selling it 100%. And I think that's what's fair.
That's what's fair. Great. Anyone wants to respond to that or even add to that?
Sorry,
bro. Spare, I see you, dog. Right after my bro.
The whole thing. You said make a beat and I give you 5,000 Rand and I go and I use it.
Right.
Did you do that on purpose?
I did it on purpose because out there in the streets, there are people who are actually selling their beats.
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
Understanding Yami, 120%. By the way, you win an energy. You want to call it an energy. If you're saying you take it, nami ngikunikeze, kukhona into oyifihlile in that talk that I think the guys need to figure out. I'm not gonna say it because
Out.
I think I've figured it out, but I like your response. I'm not saying you're wrong. However, indlalela. You make a song, I give you 5,000. What you're explaining is an agreement, and Hana, that's good and well. However,
someone can come with a counterpoint, nibe equally weighed ngayo, and both weigh me and miss it.
Okay. You are so subliminal right now. All right, guys, let's get it.
I don't like to feed information. First, I like to understand how much listening skill they have. That is why in the Shuguti, it doesn't mean we have an agreement.
Okay.
Ingoma can be exploited in different ways. Clauses, okay, I'm just going to say it. I could say, no, I licensed it to you, but I didn't sell it to you. I licensed it to you for 5 grand to use it for a year. Whatever money you made after 5 years. But you said sell. No, I said give. Oh, that is why
I did say sell.
That is why
I did say sell.
Did you say that because there was a big one, Jay-Z and Mariah Carey, where they did a song, he performed in the video, but it was licensed only for 6 months then. After 6 months, that Mariah Carey remix doesn't have a Jay-Z in it, in the video. So that is how much we can exploit and have agreements amongst, That is when we began on that.
And I use sell. Yeah.
You can exploit, sell, then use which part of it, which portion, or is it the whole thing, all the rights and.
See, now it goes back to an issue of knowledge and information because
I'm trying to see
and that's the premise by which Nami I'm using this thing. Oba kungenze ukuthi if uMampintsha was actually buying a beat, kwakunaleyo language ethi I'm selling the beat, because when you go out into the streets, and I've gone to a lot of beat makers, yo, how much is your beat? Kono yo afia what's it's $300, bro. And I was like, okay, cool. Can I buy it? And he said, yeah, sure, great. Then I was testing the market simply because I wanted to see just how much he understands about the power he's holding. But then before I go on, Spe, I saw you, bro.
You were leading.
Eh? No, ngisazoyiqopha. Yes. Yabo?
Because what I was going to say is, it is about knowledge.
Yeah.
Right? What is important, she's got very point. But the copyright doesn't work with logic. The logic is law. Right? So when I say, you see, the copyright is intellectual property. It is yours. Right? So what you're selling could be the recording. What you created, the doings in 5 hours, that's what you're selling. But the ideas, they remain yours. That's why I can sell a beat, but no one can come in and make the same beat and say that it is theirs. Because intellectual property, it's not on the it's not on the recording. Intellectual property is on the idea. Like the example Utanda yenzayo about the Indian song, right? The chant abayenzayo, the melody in that is the idea. The recording is the thing yenziwe yaba MP3 is technical, it sounds sonke siyayizwa bayithatha odrebo nabo bayimixa benzani, but bamixani the original recording besebenzisa idea that is not theirs. That's why it gets technical, right? So you need to separate. You made an example about bread. Anyone can cook bread. It's not an original idea. It's not copyright. The ingredients yonke. But if you were to make an example about KFC.
Thank you. Yeah.
For KFC, it's not about the chicken. It's about the secret herbs. Right? So, KFC ukudayisela the secret herbs. If you find out the secret herbs and then now you say you got secret herbs and you produce something similar to KFC and you brand it with red and white, KFC will fight with you. Because you are fighting now the idea. Right? Not the actual building and in. copyright is about the idea. That's where intellectual property is. And it's taken over time, right? So Ghana, abantu used to write umculo and then give it to the singer to sing, right? And the singer will go around making a lot of money, and the song will be sang by everyone. But the person that originally wrote the song would not be getting money. And that's why there were the rules then to say, okay, Sharp, let's separate, because you can sing the song, but it doesn't mean that you are the actual person that created the idea, the melody there. So every time that this song gets sung, you need to make sure that you pay.
Yeah.
Even that person cannot sing. The mere fact that they wrote the lyrics, they came with the melody, and they gave it to you. Every time that thing happens all over, when you need to compensate them a royalty for their original idea, which is the intellectual property. But they need to
No, I'm happy you did, because bengifuna yenzeke organically and you just took it somewhere, and even the analogy ka KFC, Chicken Licken has tried to beat that. There's Popeye's Chicken in America. They've tried to come in that space, but they can't. So they had to resort to doing other things. Chicken Licken said, nah, Tinaso focus on our chicken wings. That's their focus, and that's their secret ingredient, and no one can touch that. Hungry Lion came, by the way. So share up. You know? But in them Nandi, but they still needed to position themselves in a way that works for them. So it became an issue of target market. Those who can't go to Chicken Licken and KFC but wants to still eat some deep fried chicken, depends on how hungry you are. Come to us. If you're really hungry, swagad. Yeah. So it copyright buffet to its land. And Nfunani understand. And maybe we'll just read. Kamnand, I'm sure everyone had that DTI package yesterday, ne? So ngicela bafethu nibuke leshandis and read it, because it describes a few things very simply. In fact, I'm going to use this is now the DTI, this government, their definition of what copyright actually is. It's the legal term that describes rights that are given to a broad range of literary and artistic work. Copyright provides creators with exclusive rights to use or authorize others to use their work. Let me repeat that. Copyright provides creators with exclusive rights to use their work in certain ways. That means I give you a license to use my work. You get paid out of that, but I also get paid as the creator of that. If you check about the lifespan of musicians and artists and actors in South Africa and many parts of the country is not that long in terms of success, because their measure of success is fame. But where is the economic aspect of it? That's why this becomes important, because then we say, okay, AXA perform. There's COVID-19, stages have been closed. There's no theater shows that are taking place. There's no live performance acts that are taking place. But who's getting paid during that time? Should see if your one basket is in live performances, then sekuphelile ngawo. However, radio is still active during COVID. They still have music playing. That could be generating income for you as an artist while you're sitting at home trying to figure out what's your next step. You could actually even be writing a song and doing your thing while you're at home, so that at least you know that from a performing royalty perspective, through copyright, I'm covered. From a mechanical royalty perspective, I'm covered, because radio will pay where your music is played. Capasso plays when your music is played in these spaces. So you've got organizations that say, look, come to us, give us your share of this particular song in terms of your writing, whether it's composition or it's lyrics, so that we can pay you. Usuhleli nje, kube khona, yes, akuyona imali engakanani, but let's see if we can pay you. I'm just thinking, and maybe it's a bad example because Jerusalem has a public domain vibe. I don't know if it's public domain or what, but just an example, because everything is monetized today. Someone from Cameroon or dancers are deciding on doing a dancing challenge, and they decide, oh, let's find the perfect song to actually, do our dance on. See if I go TikTok. And Jerusalem happened to be that song, Ngiyalinganisa. And that song becomes a hit worldwide because everybody is dancing. They don't even know who's performing, who wrote that song. They don't even care about that. Right now, this song is what we need to cushion us during this COVID-19 vibe. And that song becomes a global tune. That's copyright. Somebody got paid for that. And in the plung, going back to maybe your response about it, about the fairness of it. Still, kunabantu, due to lack of knowledge, who still didn't get paid, that feel like they deserve to be paid. Unomcebo, who sings it, is one of those people who says, I didn't get paid from that song. Sometimes, even if it's a question of who wrote the song or who didn't, angmazi nomcebo ukuthi ukhala ngeliphi icala, ikuphi la angakhokheleanga khona, if it's royalties, because then if she wrote it, then definitely should be complaining from a of, okay, I wrote but I didn't get paid, okay? But there is another guy called Shamsa the DJ who actually composed the beat, the instrument, he wrote that. Apparently, according to him, DJ, who's the guy who runs the song? Master KG. Provided he paid for everything. So he owns the song because he owns the entire project. That's a master right. That's another form of copyright. Didn't write it, but he paid for it to exist. So he owns that. But the person who made that beat owns he owns the creation of that song, and this guy owns the song that's been created. I don't know if that makes sense. All right? So these are two types of ownerships, my bro.
Yeah, I just want to, because let's say we music in Bizo, there was this, the owner of, I don't know if the owner CEO or what, forgot, owner in those open mic, which is
Nkateko.
Exactly.
Right.
He said open mic owns
Jerusalem. Yes.
So, about the most of the man, owns a master or thing, and then it confuses me.
Exactly.
Okay, can I jump in?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so a song has two rights. There's two rights involved in the song. There's the master and the
Publishing rights.
Yeah, the composition. Right. By default, whoever pays for the studio, it's a rule that is there, right? Gets to own whatever comes out of there. But like I'm saying, food, whatever comes out of the studio is the recording. And not Tati recording as the actual song. Tati recording as the process of taking a voice yako, your melody, a process where ingene emshinini, and then all of those things zenza that thing there. Let's not call it a yenza local, right? That thing is a master. That first recording is the master, right? The song exists anyway in the creative process because it's written by someone, it's someone's idea in. You can skip the recording element and go directly to stage to perform the song and register the song with SAMRO. It exists because it has melody, it has all those creative
It's written,
elements,
yeah.
right? But the moment it gets recorded, recording is technology. It's something that came later. The song already existed, right? So, in the olden days, because the recording process was such a big thing, it will take large machines, etc., right? You money to do recording. And that's why the record labels existed. Because bazokuthola ucula wena emakhoneni uzulele uzenze into yakho with a beautiful voice and yonke loo nto leyo bakuthathe bathi yazini asikurecord, right? So you should always, right, in the case kaMaster KG and the song, no royalties have been paid out, right? Because the dispute is there's no contract. There's no agreement around Iletuza in Jerusalem, right? Ubuti, the creative process, who contributed how and what and in, the idea in, right? The other, nobody disputes Ubuti. What's the name of the record label?
Open mic.
A open mic actually paid for the process, right? But what people are disputing is
composition.
Which is where Master KG, the Tudo Kulmaraye, Unomcebo, and everybody else that participated in the creation of the idea of the song. There were no split sheets and nobody wrote down anything. So Usamro cannot pay. Ukapaso cannot pay. Everybody else cannot pay AMA royalties to that song. And the royalties go to millions and millions of rands.
And I just pay, in the plung about this, is that don't think that these royalties, now that they're not being paid to their rightful owners, guys, this is why this not understanding the importance of this thing. It's not that they're not being collected, because once your music is played, it gets paid always. Understand? That's where copyright comes in, which means uSamro njengoba engabakhokheli because there are no split sheets, we don't know who owns the song. Akusho ukuthi they're not collecting that money. They're collecting in hopes that you guys will fix your mess and come and get your money. Kapaso is doing the same thing, but before we are excited, there are also different ways these companies work, because Samro will say, well, we'll hold on to your money, but understand ukuthi your work is not claimed. And once it's not claimed for 3 years, in a process we redistribute it according to our members A2, and our members actually end up getting bonuses. Others would just literally say, okay, maybe that's a different way of saying say malien. Not with a dispute, obviously. Ngoba ezinye izinto silent, but yabona nje with a dispute obviously bazoyibamba because there's something there. But I need you guys to understand that copyright makes money because now that us pay eshuti, not with a dispute, but say ayikho dispute, but when you've just been sitting, you didn't do split sheets, you didn't make sure that you position your copyrights to start making money, your music starts playing, money starts getting made, collecting mali yakho, you're not going to get it. So that's why copyright is so important. Kakul. And I'm hoping that you understand that ownership overall is important now that we have a sense of what master rights are, because kunomuntu who will pay for the entire process, then kunomuntu futhi who will just actually write and create the music, the creation process. This one.
I have a question. So let's say, for example, I decide that namhlanje ngizobhala iculo. So ngibhale and make a beat as well. So leyo beat leyo uyithande. However, I haven't registered to say, okay, this is mine, I own it. Then you take or you sample that part from my beat or my song and you use it and you start making money. And I'm like, hey, bro, I'm supposed to, this is my jam, this is my song, I'm supposed to be making money. So maybe 10 months later I decide that it's okay, voting for Makandi and go register. Can I then, once I've registered and say it was okay and I have proof, I show proof that this is actually mine, after the 10 months when you still continue to make money off my music, can I claim from you to say it was okay, back then the song I made, you stole it, kind of, or you used it, and I had not registered or I had not, like, told the legal authority with AM, can I then claim after I've said it's okay, AM?
You answered part of the question. You said, if I have proof, and this is a legal thing now, because you've got to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt, irrefutable proof, timestamps even, where you can show and prove, Wuti, this work was yours before it was even released and notified by other people who it doesn't belong to. That's why copyright yakho kumele wenze sure ukuthi you know how to protect it. Ngoba kahle kahle copyright, remember, it gets registered. The time, you don't go to a specific place to go register copyright. The minute you write and you create something and it exists, it's already a copyright and it's already protected. When all you've got to do is make sure that when a song is written, understand and familiarize yourself with something called a split sheet. So that if you've got this work that's done, even before I speak about split sheets, some even did it a different way, where they would write something because maybe they don't want to release it now. They would actually post it to themselves with timestamps so that that becomes proof that when I want to use my work, I can always say, look, this is exactly when I wrote it. When was this one registered? At least you've got that physical. It's still something that people can do. Kodwa, at the same time, say now you are going to work with someone in studio. Kunento ebizwa nge-split sheet where you actually decide ukuthi, what is your portion of this song? So that song is fumelane, we sign. Sometimes a split sheet is as simple as taking a blank paper, uphathi pen, and you write there his name, your name, her name, jalo njalo, and what their portions are. Everyone signs and you are good. You go and you notify Sambro, you go and you notify Kapaso, because what they will do is, when they pay out, they don't pay out ishare yakho through Thando Nyamen. Sambro will pay them their share. Kapaso will pay them their share. They will pay you your share. If me and Izotando, I'm working with you, and I didn't go and notify my share, or I'm not a Sambro member even, then uzohola wena, but iholo lam ngeke ngilithole kuwe. Mina ngizolamba ngedwa when uhole, even though I've got a share. Does that make sense? This is copyright. So just to go on, because guys, I want you all to know, there's a public hearing that's happening. Ekunento enkulu kakhulu enzima that's happening nge-copyright here, that might actually hurt you. And I feel like it was very important that we understand what copyright is. But that public hearing is going to be a lot of lawmakers in the country making decisions about you and your work. But we first needed to make it known and understood that copyright is law for us. Because if you don't do it right, uzolimala, you might give away your own one fortune, your piece of land that will actually make you money for the rest of your life and 50 years after you've passed on, where you might find yourself what you've actually signed away your right to someone else who will earn your money for the rest of their life and 50 years after they've passed on. My bro. Yes.
So with that, to a degree, it can happen that you sign under a record label, which is open mic, and then you pay for student time, you do whatever. They don't pay anything. Depending on the contract you sign, it's usually 60, right?
Right.
And by local, you do everything, you pay for everything, you pay for student time, but you sign under this contract to a degree. They own still the master just because of the contract you sign. Which you went through. Ambitious does this, they still own equality. A lot of the songs, Paradise, Zonke is owner who's ambitious. So now local can happen with you pay, but still the only record label just because.
It's an agreement.
Nami ngisafuna ukuya lapho.
Yeah, because you see how they track on artists is the advance, right? The advance is almost like a loan, right? So I sign and I say jump onto ambitious, right? And I say to you, here's 250K, which is an advance to you, right? Because I believe in you, you're gonna make me more money. Exactly. But what you don't know is that the 250K, even if you have your own studio at home, right, and you think that whatever you're gonna create there is gonna be yours. No. Because I signed you and I gave you 250K and I'm subsidizing your lifestyle, I'm paying for the car, I'm paying for the house. You don't own them, but I'm giving you all these things and I calculate them. It means to me, whatever that you are creating, whilst you are assigned to me, is mine, is my master, right? And depending on the agreement that we sign, I can go on to publishing, I can go on to booking.
Which is copyright publishing.
All of those things, right? So that's an agreement that takes from everything that you're going to make. So that, why? Because I need to make my 250K back first. And then after that, the other money that comes off, usually, the
That's
record label will
profit,
take
ne?
about 90%, will take 10% of it.
So how much do you get, Gewena, in that scenario? Think about it. I mean, if no, but do you understand the agreement?
Back in the days, the record label would take, like if an artist had 5%,
Kwakuyinto enkulu leyo.
they were a big artist.
Mm.
Yeah, but you have to cover what the lady was talking about, right? With Letuzane. You see, Utan would say notify, right? And there's a reason why we say notify. You don't register copyright. The moment that you have it, your idea, you have it on paper in, we need a timestamp to prove the idea came to life when. Right? It came from your mind, it came from your dream, whatever, however you conceive the idea. But we need a timestamp to it, to prove with reasonable doubt to everyone when you wrote this thing. And that's the reason why Abantu Presidency Force. So they will write a song, create a demo, and then batumele through the post to themselves. And then they don't open the post because the posting was bafaka isiqondiso, bafaka ikhethi lakho, bafaka igama, bafaka yonke into, right? And it has a timestamp to prove that this is yours, right? Because if umuntu utshontsha ingoma yami and I have a proper proof like that, ngamyekela like 2 years. I promote enzeni, enzimali, relax, right? Bese behind this back, nyaka sample, nyaka kapaso, nyaka wonke indawo, I claim kahle, bese ngiyabuye ngithi ama performances wonke owenzayo, you owe me this amount of money. Then I litigation kanjalo, ngithatha imali yakhe yonke. That's it, right? Because you can prove that this is your idea. I would record ubani the moment you exist, that's when copyright kicks in.
Yes.
The moment it comes out from your brain that's when copyright kicks in. Then the manche, Usamro, we say notify. If you have music playing on radio and you didn't tell Samro, or you didn't tell all these guys, you did not notify them, they still collect the music. So in the industry, which you are, if you're not getting paid off your money, off your music, somebody else is getting paid. So if your music is playing somewhere, playing in and you've recorded, and whether you're not collecting any money after the recording process, and you haven't done any publishing, and you haven't done any deals or speed sheets, best believe who's paying their rent and living off your work, your money.
Because if it gets played, it gets paid all the time. So that's why you've got to make sure that copyright it needs to have that timestamp and notify it in the spaces that you need to notify it and know which spaces those are. If you guys are not sure, because we don't have much time now, I've just been told, you've got Kumisa where you can come to us and ask us ukuthi kanjani singanisiza kanjani with things like that. But then let's get to indaba yakusasa. Because remember, copyright, what it gives you as the owner, it gives you economic rights, which allow the rights owner to derive financial reward from the use of his or her works by others. That's why it's important to make sure that your work, you license it to people and you don't just give it to people. Yabo. If you are working with a publisher, find ways of, make sure that agreement doesn't allow you to give away your work where they have ownership with you, but you license your work, deed of assignment, where they can say, okay, so hamba siyokwenza imali kodwa siyazi sithunywe uwe, we'll take our share and siwenza show to ayithole ishare yakho, because into emnandi about music is, trust you me guys, we can write a song 20 years ago, trust me, today leyo ngoma leyo someone uzoyivusa and athe yivusa nje ivele blow up like it never did before, and you start earning uhlele ekhaya. So that's the importance of this thing. Dolly Parton, to those who know Dolly Parton, anyone who knows Dolly Parton? You know, afuna uphakamisa. Afuna uphakamisa. Oh, Jolene, bafesi nangiwarisha. But anyway, but she had that beautiful song called "I Will Always Love You," and she sang it beautifully. It was amazing. But then, 1991, 92, Whitney Houston comes in and says, I want this song for my movie, Bodyguard, and I want to do this song. The only difference is it'll be sung by Whitney Houston. That song, while it was successful when Dolly was doing it, because it was Whitney who was doing it, became so powerful. It became the biggest song of that time. I'm not sure how many awards she won, how many. Whitney didn't write the song, but she found success from that song. Guess what? Dolly just disappeared. And she was like, guys, I can now afford to disappear. I'm actually retiring. Whitney, thank you. Thank you very, very much. I'm going to go home and wait for my check. Ngoba Whitney is just, everyone who's coming up is thinking, "Iculo lika Whitney, iculo lika Whitney." Meanwhile, kunomlungukazi who's getting paid, sitting at home because she knew what to do with her copyright. And to this day, anyone who uses Whitney's version of that song, which is still very popular, still pays Dolly, and if Dolly is not alive, it pays Dolly's family for the next 50 years now that she's no longer with us. If she's no longer with us. So it becomes very important. So it gives you economic rights, which allow the rights owner to derive financial reward from the use of his or her works by others, and it protects the non-economic interests of the author as well. Because guys, it's very, very important to understand, Uguti, we want credit from umsebenzi wethu, because remember, if I'm credited for umsebenzi wami, that is accompanied by value, and people know it's, yo, equality phuma laphayana. I'm going to attract more people because of brand equity now. People see my brand and like, yo, we want that. For instance, visual arts, Nomam Esther Mahlangu, Nemas crafters. Amazing. No one does the work that she does. Kodwa, to this day, copyright na iyama-affecta because niyakhumbula ukuthi waze wabizwa UBM from Germany, and they said, look, we want you to deal with the upholstery yet. BMW from Germany, and said, we want your artworks in this, and they released limited edition cars that had her work in it. She licensed that work. So for every sale of a BMW vehicle, which is not less than, I'd say, 500,000 Rand in South African currency time, she got a share from that. She doesn't make cars. She doesn't know how to make cars, but she knew how to brand and license her copyright with BM. And so much that for the duration of that agreement, she had what we call resale royalties, where she's now basically earning a royalty for every time a car that has her work is being sold. All of these things, guys, zingalimala if we don't speak out and say what we need to say, because nginenzele example, 2017, someone had a bright idea. Let's mess with this copyright amendment bill a little bit so that it fits us. And angizokhuluma about many things. There are bengizokhuluma about commission works and general exceptions and things like that. I just want to get to the heart of it because Sebeti, we have to close down. There's something called fair use, and ngifuna right there. If fair use in this copyright amendment bill is section 10 of the bill. Section 10 of the bill. And section 10, by the way, doesn't deal just with fair use, but it also deals with something called fair dealings. Guys, I don't care even if I nikoga music, because it's literally about your work being used without compensation, without any credit, without any even permission. Fair use, I'm going to read it to you, right? Then I'll tell you, we also have fair dealing. We've always had fair dealing, and we've been using fair dealing. And while nayo, my issues are to my perception, but I think I'm okay with it because it has a difference. So, fair use, what does it say? It literally says, I am Google, I'm Google, a big multinational company, for instance, from America. I like your work. It's beautiful work. It's work, to my view, you would have been able to actually make some money if you were able to really protect that copyright and monetize it so that it makes money for you. It's work that if maybe we fire YouTube and all these other social media platforms and it starts generating views and all of that, it generates money from YouTube because people do get paid from YouTube, ne? By views and the hours of viewership and things like that. And shame, to your credit, you've done you've done your very best to actually make sure that you monetize it for YouTube, that it starts making, whether it's something or anything, it could be a song, it could whatever. But then you gain 4,000 views, 8 hours worth of viewership, and you start getting paid hundreds and some balo. I mean, we're happy, right? And the next thing somebody tells you, dude, I just saw your work on YouTube. And you'll be excited, like, oh, really? Oh, that's great. Like, so did you subscribe to my channel? Not your channel, when I saw your work elsewhere. Go YouTube. Man, you're doing good. You are sitting around 6 million views. And when you go onto your work, you realize, well, wait a minute. Yes, it is my work, but the person who did post this is actually Google, the company. They don't need the money. Do you think if they got 6 million views, they won't get paid for that? But there is, but it's not for commercial purposes. Fair use means we can use your work for research, for anything that is acceptable under the sun of the law. And if we use your work, understand, Uguti, because of this clause, we don't have to ask permission for it. We don't have to actually credit you even. We don't have to even pay you. And guess what? If you have a problem with that, you can take me to court. Now, you and which army are going to take Google to court? Your work is now doing 6 million there. Abantu sebesukile kule yakho ka 4,000. Sebe kule thinking ukuthi you're getting compensated. That's why, guys, it's so important to say, to check your copyright. So if anyone is going tomorrow to this public hearing, it's important to make your voice heard and say no to fair use. We don't want fair use. That's the first. If you forget anything I say, we do not support fair use. Ngoba if fair use simply means my work can be stolen right in front of me and there's nothing I can do about it. And there's arrogance to it. Whereas kunayogi fair dealing is okay because if it's research, nati we go to school, we do credit people. Maybe let's say I like what Uspe wrote, and Obamsomi wrote, and I'm like, okay, I want to add that to whatever, just to make a case. But irulga fair dealing iti, while I can take your thing, maybe ngi credit and its source is this, but it doesn't allow me to take more than 10% of whatever it is that you did. If it's a song, if it's a book, if it's any form of work, I cannot take more than 10%. If I do, I need to come and ask permission from you. And then that's where when I either say, look, man, you can use it. Just make sure you credit me. Or pay me this. What's the end deal? What's the goal? Are you going to make money out of this? What's in it for me? Because copyright is money. This is land. And abantu abaningi yabashaya lo shandisle. Spey bengitshena unjomani just now. Babu Edwin Mhlongo. We're busy talking. We're talking about copyright in relation to ama-sync licenses, ama-adverts. And we're talking in the context of Black Mambazo. So we're busy talking. Utsi Uba Edwin Mhlongo, like I was telling him how Uba Mazibugo of Mambazo came to me, ekhala, eti, do you know, Uguti, we did one of the most biggest adverts, Zeku, can of beans in the UK. Was it Heinz? Heinz. We did Heinz. Sasingazi lutho thina nge-publishing. Esikwazi ukuthi nje siyanikezwa imali yethu. We get given about 800,000 rand umuntu eyedwa. And you're thinking, yeah, that's a lot of money, but trust me, that's a year. That money must last me for the year. It must last me for the entire year. It's not money enginikezwa so that kuthiwe kanjani. Publishing, meanwhile, goes to a guy called Mitch in New York or wherever in America. Ngoba he owns a portion of the copyright yabo. Now, I'm going to go back to the fair question. Was that fair? He doesn't do the work. He didn't write nothing. They did the work. They did everything. But because of agreement issues and the fact that they didn't know what was in the agreement and that they had rights to negotiate the agreement, guys, I don't care. You have every right to negotiate the agreement in. Whether you are actors or whatever you are, you have every right to do so. But you'll be given that thing in a way that you don't think you do. And that's what we are going to protect tomorrow. To say no to fair use, because fair use actually takes away. Fair dealing allows people to take only 10%. So people, even abantu parody, for instance, abantu comedy can use excerpts of your work. But when you get Trevor Noah using your entire work for his program that he got paid for. But he uses a bit of your work to make his point. And it becomes funny or whatever it may be. So fair dealing allows things like that, and we're okay with that. But fair use takes away wonke amalungelo, and it says it's you who should be responsible for fighting lo muntu othatha umsebenzi wakho. That's it.
What countries has this fair use thing been?
Fair use is big in America. I don't know which other country it is, because I know parts of Europe use fair dealing, but America and what, Sped, do you know?
Fair use, then you have to define, right? This is excluded from fair use. In America, it's open-ended. There's no clear definition in what country do, right? But if you go to all Scotland, it differs. It's a combination of fair deal and fair use. In some countries, it's a combination of both. Right? There's quite a few countries that clearly define. Canada clearly defines it's fair use, but there's these exceptions. What they are proposing in South Africa is something similar to the States.
Open-ended.
It's open-ended, and the States at least there's a tribunal corner whereby you can go in and argue a case, and they assist you in terms of taking on a big company like Google. In South Africa, we don't have that, right? And in South Africa, if you centralize it in Joburg, it means then the rest of the country does not have access to that, right? So those are the tricky parts to the amendments here.
So do you see it? The reason why we can't accept it, and it's not just for one voice to say no, because guys, I don't understand how big this thing is. People brought lawyers. Like these big corporations brought lawyers to come and negotiate this thing into law because they know how big the content is that comes out of Africa.
Yeah.
So imagine them using that content because everything to them is about ownership. Someone said something quite interesting to me earlier and said, look at The Lion King, for instance. It's written from, I won't even talk about the song, Solomon Linda. In the jungle, the mighty, Flip. I mean, I don't even know who wrote those lyrics, but nonetheless, it wasn't, he made the song. But let's talk about The Lion King as a whole. The story is African, right? And it is. But who owns that story? Disney. Disney is what? America. They own that. So everything that is our narrative, trust you me, we've got content for days, and our content is embedded on what we call copyright. But when we give it away, it means we don't have any rights whatsoever. Instead, sohamba siyofesa sifese ukucula into esiyibhalile sikhokhelwe yibona. Bro.
Ngizosharisha i-story about copyright, 3 different examples in different times.
Sure.
My first experience with copyright is ngangenza digital illustrations,
Right.
and posting them on the internet. So I posted on a website called Behance, and an editor of Harvard Health Review emailed me because I had my contact details. Then they asked to use this for a cover, internal communication for the month of June, I think. So they had asked for me from the president can we use it for X amount, and I never knew. And I allowed them to, and they credited me. And it's something I use as a portfolio piece or whatever. My illustration was on the cover of, I still own the illustration, but they just asked for permission and I got credited, but never got paid. That was one experience that I
Damn,
had with
all right,
regards to
yeah.
copyright. For me, obviously being young, I was just excited that Harvard Health Review.
And it's a big, so you're thinking, wow, I've actually made it, whatever that means.
Yes. And that's why they did not know that.
Right.
Even though, whether it was my first illustration being on the cover or my last illustration, I still could have demanded payment if I wanted to, but at that point I didn't know. My second experience with the copyright, I was working for Fox International Channels.
Proper.
In about 2013. We were launching the Fox channel on DSTV during that time when they were moving over from Top TV.
Right,
Star
right.
Sats. When that purchase was happening, they moved over to DSTV. We used a Toya DeLazy song. Fox paid 60,000 Rand to the publisher. We could not contact Toya DeLazy directly. We had to go through whoever is administrating or owns her publishing. 60,000 Rand was paid for 30 seconds of the song to be used on the DSTV platform for only 2 weeks. And in that application, it was very clear that it is 30 seconds of the song for only 2 weeks on DSTV, not online, not anywhere. That's the only thing that 60,000 Rand covered. If we wanted to go to internet, then the Fox had to pay even more money. And then my third experience, I have a business partner, he's a photographer. And I'm just mixing and matching design, music, and copyright across creativity. My friend, he goes out himself with his own petrol, his own camera, he takes pictures. Then he licenses those pictures because he owns them 100%. He's the executive producer of those pictures. As long as he took that money to take a taxi from here to wherever he needs to, from here to Mhlambe Dandi, he comes with Dandi, Atati to him, comes back home. When Telkom, through his agent, because he had an agent luckily, Telkom pays him about 35,000 Rand just to use it on a billboard. They don't use it on magazine. If they want to use it on magazine, they pay more money. If they want to use it on the internet, they pay more money. If they want to use it for a long campaign, 3 months, they pay more money. So he can make even 100,000 Rand off of one image. The last image he made money off of was 35,000 Rand just for a billboard, and I think they even counted, you would see how many billboards on which highways they become very distinctive. Where is this billboard
Yes.
to be seen and used? And low 30,000, low 35,000 has a range. It doesn't go beyond
Okay.
that. So that's my experience. So copyright is very important that you can monetize it. I just wanted to give real world examples.
And I'm grateful for that. I think if you're getting it, it pays to understand the worth of your work. Because then you won't just, it'll actually pay you. You won't just give it away to anybody. And I think even that whole idea of saying, look, I'm selling a beat for 5,000 Rand, that beat, Beyonce might want to take it on. And I don't know about anyone else, but I would want people to know that that was my work, even if she takes it on 10 years later. And then she makes even more money out of the work that I did because we know how artists' lifespans are. It would be nice to know that even 10 years later, I still get a way of getting more money for my family and everything like that from my copyright. So we need to find ways of taking this thing very seriously. If they are guys, anyone who's in the music space who's not sure about split sheets and how to do them, come see us, all right? We will definitely help you. We're there for that. But understand, this copyright thing, it's big. Because like I talked about Umam Esther right now, for instance, say now she made a visual art. And that visual art was sold to somebody. I'm going back to that analogy about bread and everything. It was sold to somebody. Now we're getting into what we call resale royalty, because royalties are good for us. We get royalties. And from a performance protection bill, I've got so many performers that are here. There's no royalty for you guys as performers, people who are now actors, people who are there whose program, maybe they're in a program that is getting paid to be aired somewhere, but ni holelwe 1.5 to be on set for that particular day. Okay? So from a resale royalty perspective from visual arts, let's just say now, then ngizobuya my performers. Umam Esther, for instance, her work is bought by someone for 500 Rand. But because these visual arts, they tend to also mature like whiskey and wine, and they grow. The older they are and the more someone sees it and is like, I want to offer you R1 million to pay me this, to give me this picture. They're saying it to someone who bought it from Umam Esther. So now they're introducing resale royalty where that person will actually, when they buy from her, there's a licensing agreement that says, look, you'll make profits, obviously, but at least because I am the copyright owner, Nami, I actually get a portion for every resale that you do. Otherwise, it becomes an infringement thing. These are ways of us finally maybe monetizing our industry so that we can get paid in other ways other than having to always be in front of people and this. Because when that goes out, what do? When you stop being able to actually know how to talk, maybe you lose your hearing, you lose something, and you are unable to perform again. You lose your hands and you can't play keyboards again. What do? Are you doomed for life then? That's the sad story about us in the space. Faith. Madam. Mm. Mm. What do you do when I tell you release a next week Friday? Okay, so when Ushoge put to release, you posted something, and when they buy kanjan fagaz because if you didn't give it, or post a link in okay, so. Firstly, the onus is on you as the owner to protect your work because you know that there's always people who want to use things for free out there. So that's why today when we release music, Faraza, we're not using them. We're not using all these other platforms. Go Spotify, go Apple, which are actually positioned to make money for you every time music is listened. Unlike Ufaraza, who will just put it out there and give you fame and get people to listen to the song. Some of them will just download the song. It doesn't even give you fame. They just like the song. It's in their playlist. They don't even care who sings it. You get what I'm saying? So don't release any link anywhere unless that link is a pre-release link from your digital distributor that says, okay, on a certain date, iculo lakho lizo-appearish. They have mechanisms that are designed to protect umsebenzi wakho ukuthi ungaphumi, ungaliki, ungatholakali noma kanjani. And bona because they are doing that, and along with the fact that you did things the right way, you have a legal arm to actually take on someone like Fagaz and things like that. But you've got to do it right the first time because people will take your music and use it for free. Mm.
Release the song that we said we release it on next week Friday. And then during the week, one father, who say keep
Because it sounds like you've got a problem, a personal problem. Come see us so that we can deal with that issue. Kodwa ngiyacela in the future, here, everyone, you never release a link to anyone else other than doing things the right way. Ways that will get you, your music, to platforms where people can acquire them legally. Because these systems help in spaces like that. Now, benkuluma ngama performers in terms of them getting royalties. Do you know ukuthi Isibaya, for instance, with uNomzamo Mbatha, or whoever other actors out there, Uzalo, all the actors, all the soapies that we are currently watching. I'll make you an example. Because Tina, we get royalties. There's a guy called Tuksinganga, who was one of the Motswako originators back in the days. He's a hip-hop guy. But Asamboni, so many people say he fell off. Not knowing that, whoa, wait a minute, one of his biggest songs is a song, Umekala Uskimsam, that well, that's his song. That's his copyright. Umuskimsam uqala ngengoma yakhe. Umuskimsam uphela ngengoma yakhe. And that happens, Nini, 5 times. 5 days in a week. So it does 5 days in a week. Yaqala, yaphela. Then Bene repeats the next day. Then after Ama repeats the whole week, on a Saturday, kunama omnibus, he gets over 1 million plus a year. But he fell. That figure is arguable, but that's what we've heard. What he gets. He doesn't have to do the music thing. He does have a stable income currently, and by the look of Skim Sam, it doesn't look like it's going to end anytime soon, and they don't even look like bazo reprenda bashinchi tulo like. But for the actors in Skim Sam, kulama omnibus na lama repeats, do they get paid anything? That's why you guys need to go there for the Performers Protection Amendment Bill to say we want the actors to also get royalties every time their work or amasopis or work that is they act in is showed again. Because the fact that it's showed again, guys, if it gets played, it gets paid across the board. So somebody is getting paid, whether it's a production house or whatever that actually employed them, but the actors that actually do the work and make this production thing look good don't get paid. Mina ngathuka ngibona nje igenge yozalo nje, oh no, Usibaya udlala in a Nigerian channel, kunama subtitles. I didn't even know that Nomzamo can actually speak Nigerian. I was like, so, wow. I could see her lips going that way and the subtitles going that way because it looked like a kung fu movie, right? I swear to God. And I was so proud to know that their work has reached so many different countries. The same way, if you check lama telenovela dlalayo esingawaz they're from where now, or where the lips are not in sync with the words. Someone is saying English, but someone is saying something else. Now we're getting them. What if, because of their laws, those people are getting paid every time we watch those telenovelas, but our people don't get a cent? So if it's anything that you didn't get today, no to fair use, but yes to performers' royalties. Performers being anyone who performs their work, and their work gets redistributed during different times. Every time it plays, even if it plays 10 years later, they need to get paid because it's them. Oh, Achimoroga, Labisbabonayo, Selomagi Ganove, he doesn't get paid. Every time Gune repeat. And I'm an artist. I mean, I've done a little bit of acting now and again, enough to appear on a set of Imbe where I got paid 1.5. And I was told by my actors that were with me that no, kulega bra, 1.5 is a daily rate. Sometimes they will say to us, come and do 5 days worth of a scene in 1 day so that you can get paid 1.5 for 5 days worth of episodes. Do you get that? Uthola ukuthi lama repeat na lama omnibus esiwabukayo u1.5. So these are things that we need to be aware and careful of. And I really hope that you guys will make it, because a public hearing ezobi kwamasipala eThekwini municipality. If you guys are not there, I can tell you right now, it's going to be government people talking to each other. Like, yeah, okay, they're not here, so let's decide for them. Fair use, yeah, why not? We don't see Slimaltina anyway, and they're not here, they didn't say no, so I see Pasisai fair use. And the next thing, we prolong this whole thing, a performers, what, and they still don't get paid, and then people can use our work for free on anything or anytime like that. So ngiyacela, if we forget anything, fair use and performers royalties and resale royalties where people can license their copyright, and if their work gets sold, that they still have a way of making money out of that, because you never know, maybe that was the last piece of job that they would ever do, and this royalty is going to save and change their livelihoods. So it's things like that. Kuningi okunye bafethu that I'm unable to cover. For instance, Nje, if I can talk to you, I use, like everything, copyright is about licenses, user licenses. And kudala, if you guys remember ama CDs, there used to be something ayibhalwe kuma CDs, a disclaimer that says, anyone who uses this product in a public space will be prohibited because it's for private use. Which means I can go buy music and play them maybe in my restaurant. Angisayidlaleli mina, sengidlalela umphakathi and everyone who comes in. That's prohibited. Ngokomthetho, I should get a user license to make sure that whoever's music I buy and play in my store, or there should be a system that allows me to ensure that I pay a user license that will ensure that if I play your music in my store, uzothi uyihlale ekhaya uhole i-royalty yakho. Because really, it's not just about the stage, guys. The stage is limited. Khona la kophela khona ungasakwazi ukuperforma, but your music will live on for the rest of your life. It'll play on radio, but it'll play in other platforms as well. People are watching, people will buy izinto and put them there. Ama performers who are acting, they'll put them in their store. People will watch those things. Where's your royalty out of that? So ngicela nezinto ezikanjalo siyibuke and then try and speak against them. Is there anyone out of here who probably has any questions? And secondly, is there anyone who thinks they might be make it more 10 lapayana? All you have to do is just go there, raise your hand, say no, and be counted as someone who said, I was here and I made a difference about something that pertains to my livelihood. So are there questions? And are there people who are going? I would really like to know. I really hope that we can go there.
I think just to clarify, for majority, we are students
Mhm.
at commercial community project.
Okay.
So, and I believe some will be presenting monologues tomorrow.
Okay.
So I think the line of communication we would rather be with the Babu Mfrong or to avail us.
To avail, yes.
For that, because we would love to be there.
Absolutely. See, and I'm grateful to hear. It's very important. Voices and the masses, the people that do get affected, to be there. So I will personally speak to him as well to request that anyone who's at KCAP actually is able to be willed to that space. But it won't take long. It's just going to be probably a 2-hour thing, and then we are again. So see some people, some familiar faces there. And how government is rushing this thing. They're rushing it so that it can just go and be signed to law and us moving on with our lives. It's not about what's right and what's wrong in it. It's about us just we tick the box and we move. So if people are not there, trust me, life will go on. We'll tick, we'll move, and we'll make decisions unless people are there. So cool. Right now, today, I mean tomorrow, it's not only a public hearing as a Tegwini that's happening. Igenge futhi yasemandeni or Ilembe district, they'll also be having their public hearings. So they make public hearings enzege on one day, and it makes it difficult for us to be in two places at the same time. Do you get what I'm saying? So we have to maneuver around things like that. And it becomes super difficult. So that's why I want you guys to understand why for them it's just a matter of signing things away, and then this creative sector doesn't grow and become something else. So we need to change that, and it's up to us. At this point, I'm going to take a few questions. Yes.
then even a co-rights claim. So if I delete that video, kuzoba ne-difference ezokwenziwa noma sisemele ngilishile.
Okay, just say that again. You're a TikToker and you.
Ngisebenzisa isound vele esetshenziswayo.
Ekhona, yes, yes.
So bese ngiyayithatha leyo video yami sithi bese ngiyisebenzisa ngiyiposte kwamanye ama-platforms like
Including YouTube, yes.
benze i-copyright claim. If ngiyidelete kusazoba ne-different khona noma so sekumele ngisesengiye kanjalo.
The thing is, with, I don't know if you want to come in too, but the thing ebaleka kakhulu to note is the fact that it's on TikTok and you're using available music there. That music is monetized. Why? Because, like Lendebeng Yisho, ufakwe through digital distributors. So they didn't just put it on Spotify, on Apple. By far go Facebook, by far go TikTok, and likewise, they also made sure that even YouTube is aware that umsebenzi womuntu lo. Yeah, so when they say that there's a copyright claim, it simply means ukuthi, okay, if you're ifaka, just understand ukuthi ufaka umsebenzi womuntu, and there might be a copyright dispute that might happen your way. Asingen, we're not even going to monetize this work. Yeah, so it's a lot of issues that are there because they understand that content is money. So when you put someone else's work, there's a question of, did you ask permission there? But with TikTok, it's not a problem because it's already monetized. He or she will get paid. Yeah, so there are things, but from the YouTube ones, I'm not really sure how to tackle that. If, for instance, YouTube will say, because YouTube will say copyright claim. So do I just put that song, delete it, YouTube? I'm using it on TikTok, and obviously it's monetized for whoever owns it there. But ngayifaka manje ku YouTube. YouTube says copyright claim. It's thinking, okay, will it make a difference if ngiyisusa? They still play it. They don't say it's not going to play, but they just put in that by a copyright claim. She's asking that. Must I take it down? I think from an infringement point of view, if I'm right. Yeah.
She can keep it there.
'Cause
the
you-
issue with YouTube is that a lot of companies in the industry believe who YouTube is exploiting the industry. They pay the worst royalties. Right? Out of 1 million views, you get, and this is global. Like they're at the bottom. So that's the main issue. So companies like Warner, they just want their content. They just want to be responsible for their content on YouTube. So it depends how badly she wants it there. Right.
Okay. Yeah. You're doing it on this, and then you'll come. Okay.
Yeah, it makes no difference. If started the online registration as a kaya, and then we recorded the whole thing, the whole song. After at that time, I didn't know anything about the music industry.
Right.
And then they kept on saying copyright. Some of the songs they took them out because it's the permitting. It depends on the copyright owner. When you keep it, or use a monetizer, depends on exactly what I said. So depending on the song, sometimes they keep harmona, sometimes they use a silencer. But when more time we bear that like that, it doesn't matter. It's just that you won't get anything from it. You have not use a manga.
Yeah. This one?
Oh, and being for now, add something. Kona in the example introduce it to a short, YouTube. So it's a bit TikTok that you are allowed to use a sound from YouTube, and that person get paid. But when ukukela ukuthi wenza ama shorts, they khona payment eyenziwayo ngama shorts, not based on the sound and what just ukuthi wenza ama shorts.
See, we learn. We learn.
Khona
We'll find out about that. That's a very interesting concept. Yeah, yeah, find on TikTok. I know it. Yeah. And some of those sounds included are on TikTok, which means maybe you can to get your shot there, but use that same song, but take it from them. Yeah, well, maybe that might make a difference. I really don't know as much. There was just one last thing, and as well. Yonke isebenza ku technology now. So can you also, if you go there, ask ukuthi, can our work, because of technology, be protected? Because there are new systems. There's a new AI now, so you see, where I can be sing it, but could be West. I can be Lamar. I can be anyone, and it's exactly. So people, it's in a mess copyright. So we need to be protected in that space. So we're gonna have to raise that as well to say in this amendment thing, in the protection of any works that we do from a technology perspective, be protected. But first, so I really want to wrap it up. They keep raising things and whatever. I'm really hoping what it was fruitful and it made sense to you guys. And I'm hoping I'm going to see some familiar faces tomorrow. Thank you guys. Siyabonga kakhulu. All right. All right. Hey. Bro. Hey.